Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow educators, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Kareem Hassan, and I'm an educationist, have been working for various organizations. I'm sure some of you may know me through various platforms. I'm working with EDLAB as a remote manager operations. It is my privilege to have this wonderful opportunity to organize such a wonderful conference. I'm honored to be here before you today to introduce the central theme of our conference, enabling the self-directed learner. This theme is at the heart of contemporary education, reflecting the evolving landscape of learning and the pivotal role of self-directed learning in shaping the future of education. In an era marked by rapid technological advancements and continuously evolving knowledge economy, the ability to learn independently has become more critical than ever. Our conference theme, Enabling the Self-Directed Learner, summarizes the profound shift occurring in education, one that empowers individuals to take charge of their own learning journey. Throughout this conference, we will delve into various facets of enabling the self-directed learner. We will explore strategies for fostering intrinsic motivation, the role of technology in personalized learning, the importance of mentorship and guidance, and the assessment methods that align with self-directed learning goals. We will hear from experts, share best practices, and engage in insightful discussions that will help us unlock the full potential of self-directed learning in today's educational landscape. Lastly, enabling the self-directed learner is not merely a conference theme, it is a call to action, a commitment to empower individuals to become lifelong self-directed learners. I encourage all of you to actively participate, collaborate, and contribute to the discussions over the next coming hours, as together we pave the way for a more dynamic, responsive, and inclusive education system that nurtures the self-directed learners of tomorrow. I look forward to the inspiring conversations and insights that will emerge during this conference. Now, before we dive into today's learning journey, I would like to outline a few protocols to ensure a smooth and organized interaction. We kindly request that you submit your questions using the chat box instead of using your microphones. I apologize for any inconvenience caused and appreciate your cooperation in utilizing the chat box for posing your questions. Now, for the welcome address, I would like to invite Mr. Bakr, who is the co-founder of EDLAB Pakistan. He has trained more than 3,200 teachers across Pakistan on pedagogy, soft skills, ICT in education, and STEM education. He is a firm believer in the power of inculcating moral values in students, coupled with education and hard sciences. Prior to EDLAB Pakistan, he has served as lecturer at Iqra University and PFT since 2012. He also leads consultancy projects to various NGOs and trust-based schools for implementing school development programs. Bakr has conducted 100+ sessions and been a regularly invitee to speak on multi-dimensional topics on motivation, career counseling, goal setting, success, interpersonal skills, and communication skills on various platforms. So welcome, Mr. Bakr, on board.
Thank you, Fareem. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, first of all, I'm thankful to all our esteemed guests and participants who are present in this session and who are watching us on our Facebook Live. So thank you very much, our national and international participants, for joining us. Let me give a brief introduction of what EDLAB Pakistan is and how we evolve over the period of time. So let me share these slides. Yeah. So we founded EDLAB Pakistan in 2016 with the vision to raise the educational standard of the nation by improving the quality of teaching nationwide, making teaching more research-based and value-driven. And to achieve this vision, we formulate these mission points. We aim to train teachers of all educational levels from early childhood to higher secondary education. We aim to enable school teachers to use ICT by developing an online portal, which is learning management system for professional development courses, to instill a continuous professional growth attitude in teachers and to promote value-driven teaching. And from 2016 till now, if we talk about face-to-face trainings, we have trained more than 5,000 teachers across Pakistan face-to-face, which has created an eventual impact on students around 250K uh, students, which in turn get a trained teacher in their classroom, and the teachers who are teaching in different areas, especially in the suburban areas or the low income areas of Pakistan, we put our efforts to alleviate their level by providing them teachers training. So in turn, they have provided, they are now able to provide better and impart better knowledge towards their students. Similarly, in online domain, just after COVID, we started this online teachers training portal, in which we have produced 40 plus courses, and 2,000 plus teachers have registered in these courses, and they are regularly attending these self-paced courses from anywhere and anytime. So we have 30 plus schools registered in our online portal, and there are multiple topics having very diversity, including the pedagogy, special education, subject-based education, and classroom management regarding topics. So a school leader conference is a very unique conference in which we provide an exceptional platform for teachers, educators, and school leaders and stakeholders to collaboratively explore innovative approaches in shaping the future landscape of teacher education in Pakistan. And it is our annual conference. We arrange this conference annually. Last year, we organized it face-to-face in Marriott Hotel, Karachi. And this time, we want to include more participation around the globe. So this time, we have organized it online. And the theme is also very unique, which is called Heutagogy. And it is defined as self-development learning. So we will talk about, discuss, and have much more discussions later on in our today's conference on this topic, which is Heutagogy, and different participants, different speakers, and different experts of education will reflect light on their experience and their knowledge on this topic. Thank you very much. Over to Farheen.
Thank you, Mr. Bakr, for highlighting such great points about SLC. So, as Bakr mentioned, that we conducted this school leaders conference in last year physically, and this time it is online. So we are actually making the most of all the digital resources, and keeping in mind, the time investment for teachers and educators. We have kept this conference online, and we have invited various speakers from, international speakers so that we all can collaboratively work on this specific theme. Okay, so now before I invite my keynote speakers, I would like to answer some of the questions that are, putting in the chat box. We will provide the certificates to the participants who will attend this conference. At least 80% of the conference is attended by them. Then we are going to provide the certificates. And the second thing that I would like to mention here, that as what Baka was mentioning about the online portal. So the information related to portal will be shared in the segment that is highlighted here, as in it is at 12:30. Okay, the feedback on experiences. We'll invite some school, few of the school principals that has collaborated with us in using this online platform. So we will invite them and they will share their feedback, and we will share the information related to our online portal in that segment. Okay, so now we are moving forward to our keynote speakers. Okay, so the keynote session, Unleashing Digital Hearts, Emotional Mastery for 21st Century Educators. Now, Unleashing Digital Hearts embodies our commitment to ensuring that heart of education remains vibrant and beating strongly even in the digital age. And emotional mastery for 21st century educators, it actually underscores the critical importance of emotional intelligence in our roles as educators. In this session that we are following session, we will explore how technology, when used mindfully, can serve as a concept for emotional mastery in education. They're going to share some strategies related to social emotional learning. These are our esteemed speakers who are experienced thought leaders and practitioners who have dedicated their careers to understanding and harnessing the unique synergy between, the social emotional learning and education. So let me just share their profiles. Okay, so Dr. Louis Stanton, he's a PhD full professor at academia. He's from Poland and coordinates the graduate research certificate at the George Washington University, US. He serves as a co-editor of Tapestry, a multimedia journal, and also Fulbright specialist, an English language specialist, a former US Marine surgeon, and 38th president of Maryland TESOL. He has been honored with awards from the TESOL International Association and the Association of Literacy Educators and Researchers. His research focuses on identity, emotional well-being, social emotional learning, storytelling, and refugiation. Now, presenting with him are another keynote speaker, who is Dr. Yasir Hussain, who is an assistant professor of English at Quaid University, Islamabad. His academic journey includes earning a PhD from the University of New Mexico, USA, and being recognized as a Fulbright alumnus at the University of Pennsylvania, US. Recently, he successfully completed a master's trainer certification from the University of Oregon, US. Dr. Hussein's research interests include teaching of English to the speakers of other language. That means TESOL. Teacher training, language literacy, and socio-cultural studies with an interest in ideology. So over to you, Dr. Lewis and Dr. Yasir.
Thank you very much, Farheen. And first and foremost, we want to thank Ms. Farheen and everyone at the conference for inviting us. Thank you so much, and everyone for joining us today. We're excited to be here. I'm going to share the PowerPoint. One moment, please, and then we'll get started. Okay, can everyone see the PowerPoint? Perfect. All right, so welcome again. Our presentation is titled Unleashing Digital Hearts, Emotional Mastery for 21st Century Educators. My name is Luis Javier Penton Herrera, and I work and live here in Poland, and I am presenting with my friend and colleague. Yasir, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, assalamu alaikum, and good morning to everyone. I'm really delighted to be a part of this conference. Luis has been a great friend and a colleague, and when he invited me to co-present on this keynote speech, I was really excited because the topic was interesting, and the way we kind of thought about it together, that how we can put the emotional aspect of digital technology and how as educators we can incorporate them into the classes was really exciting for me. So I'm really thankful to him. As I think a lot has been said about our introduction. I've been teaching in Qaeda University for a while now, and I've been teaching almost for 20 years, teaching English in specific, English as a second language, and I'm looking forward to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. So we'll go over the agenda first. And just to give you a quick overview of our conversation today, and we ask you that you be please active in the chat box if you have any comments, any questions, and we'll be looking at it, okay? But we're going to divide our conversation today into three main parts. So first part, starting our conversation, we're going to talk about digital pedagogy in the new world. And then we're going to go into stressors and emotional intelligence in the digital age, which is something that we're seeing more and more. And I think it's going to become even more pronounced as we continue to go into the future, right? And then future challenges and opportunities. So that's where we're heading with our conversation today. So let's get started with part one, starting the conversation, digital pedagogy in the new world. And Yasser is going to start us with his story, and then I'll go into my own story.
All right, so stories, we say that stories matter because they really do. We human beings are all storytellers. We tell stories in order to, project our thoughts. So my story starts with the experience, because we had an online digital experience predominantly in the COVID time. So I'll give this particular story a character as well. So my character is Hansa, who is my student. Of course, it's an imaginary name, but so Hansa is a very shy student. She doesn't talk in the class, in the physical classroom. I never noticed Hansa saying anything in particular. But suddenly when we move towards the digital classrooms, when we're taking online classes, and suddenly I see a voice popping up and always raising a hand and saying something behind the camera, because we were not allowing them, or maybe opening them because of the connection and other problems. They were not opening their cameras. So we just heard their voices, and there was specific voices that came up again and again. And Hansa was one of them. So Hansa was the star student of the online classes. And then she suddenly would disappear when we would meet in the physical classroom. So what I observed in that experience was that there are certain students who are very active, and they just want to say something, and they want to contribute and participate in the classroom because they are not visible. So that really struck a chord in my mind, that why this visibility is an issue for some students. And observing a little bit more, and then also seeing the other students, it was really fascinating for me how these differently talented students who were otherwise shy, and they were not participative, suddenly started doing that in the online classes. So that kind of opened up a new thought in my mind, that if somebody could do that, it means that it's just the level of comfort that they enjoy in the digital classroom. So if you put that emotional lens into these digital classrooms, then you see that how emotionally attached people are to online classes sometimes rather than the physical classes. That was really fascinating discovery for me. So what I'm trying to say here is that digitally equipped classrooms have differently abled students. They're talented students in a different way, and they come up and they say things when they are allowed to. which sometimes the physical class, physical class do not have the room for them to succeed and grow in that way. So the point is that we can understand how digital literacies as well as digital spaces can change the way students participate and think. And that was a discovery that led us to have this presentation and maybe take this research further into full-fledged research. So yeah, Luis has a story of his own, so he would go and share his story now.
Thank you very much, Yasser. And building up on Yasser's story, I'm currently, as I said, living in Poland, and of course I'm learning Polish right now. And this is the first time I'm also teaching online, but I'm gonna focus on my learning Polish experiences. So I'm learning Polish online, and this is the first time that I have learned a language in an online setting as a language learner. And it's very interesting to see. Well, first I chose online learning just because of time. I don't have to worry about time commuting, or it's just, I wake up, I'm here in front of the computer. So there is a topic there of convenience, right? Which we're seeing more and more. Also, we have the opportunity, all of the students in the Polish class, we're in different parts of Poland, but all of us are able to log in and connect. So this is very interesting to see how we come from all these different places in Poland, but we still connect at the same time and we're able to meet each other. So there is that convenience element. But when we're learning Polish, I have learned and noticed that there is this kind of change between the virtual classroom and the face-to-face classroom, where in the face-to-face classroom, the teacher is usually situated in a place where that teacher is the center of attention, right? That usually places the teacher in a position of power just by default, because it's at the center of the classroom or in front of the classroom, however it is that we have the teacher's desk situated. But in the online classroom, I've noticed that the dynamic is a little bit different, because there is not such a thing as a placement or a visual cue that lets you know, oh, this is the person instructing. So I have noticed that in the learning space, everything is a little bit more fluid in the sense that it's not really, even though the teacher is giving us prompts and supporting us and all of these things, it seems like the learning process is a little bit more classroom oriented in our own learning space. And this is really talking a lot about perhaps the changing landscape of education, where we're going, and we've been talking about this for a long time in the field of education, but we're going more into kind of a classroom focused, student focused learning spaces. And I definitely see that in the classroom environment, the digital space. But also when we think about unique literacies, I was thinking about the other day, some of the phrases and words that we use commonly in the learning space, like, for example, can you hear me? Can you see the PowerPoint? All of this, all of these are phrases and vocabulary that we're learning in Polish, that we use it in Polish every day when we're in the classroom, that we would normally not use in a face-to-face classroom. Like, can you hear me? Usually we don't say that in the face-to-face classroom. So it talks about the different, when we think about literacy, specific language, specific vocabulary that we're acquiring in digital space, that is something that is really going to be part of the 21st century, because the more we go into the digital space, again, because of convenience and other things, the more we're going to start using those forms of communication. Also, something I've been noticing, and this is the last part of my story here, is that when we're learning Polish, also it seems like we're learning how to be courteous also in this digital space. And what does it mean to be courteous? Whereas, for example, in the face-to-face space, if we're talking to students, this, that, the teacher is talking, everyone is just being quiet, but then in digital space here in the chat box, for example, while a speaker is talking or the teacher is presenting something, I can chat with someone in the chat room. So, or just by selecting someone, you can just chat individually with that person. So, it's kind of really redefining what being courteous, what does that mean? Also, many of us, we have our videos stopped right now, so you might be using other forms of communication, and is that appropriate or not? So those are questions that as students, as teachers in the digital space, we're asking ourselves. This idea of courtesy. What is courtesy? What does it mean to be courteous in the digital space? So I don't have the answer, but these are some questions that I'm giving you right now, so we can think about. It goes back into what Yasser was saying about literacy, and of course, this is all part of the literacies of the 21st century, and we're trying to understand it and redefining what that means as we go. All right. So then we're going to go into our next slide, and Yasser is going to take us into digital pedagogy.
Thank you, Luis. So Luis talked about these different spaces, and I think we do need to think about how these moral values and emotional values that we have attached to learning is changing because of the digital and physical spaces. So generally what we know, like we can combine the two words, digital pedagogy. Of course, we know pedagogy as educators, and we also know digital, but when we combine the two, we kind of emphasize the point that digital pedagogy is teaching and learning online in hybrid form and face-to-face, where digital technologies are, they're positioned to serve as vital drivers in the transformation reform of education. So we see that things are not rolling back. Technology is not going away. It's going to be there. It's going to be more and more, present in our educational and otherwise spaces. So we already use social media. We use digital platforms to have political activism, to have entertainment, to have our other forms of life. They have kind of spiraled into digital spaces, and I think we live more in digital spaces nowadays as we live in physical spaces, because there are so many gadgets, as Luis was saying, that we have probably have turned on the camera and then we suddenly shut it off, and then we grab our phones and we move to a different phase in digital space. So what we do is that we are trying to understand how the pedagogical aspect, when it's digitized, going to affect the way we learn and the way we think. So can we move towards the next slide, please? Okay, so I'm using this traditional reference point, traditional pedagogy as a reference point, because this is how we have learned. This is how we think. It has shaped our thinking process, like our ontology and epistemologies, because of the traditional pedagogy. And now, as adults, as people who are entering their certain sphere of life, they see the transition. For us, it's a transition, but maybe digitally native students do not find it as a transition. They consider it as something very normal. So the normal is also changing for the newer generations. It's different for us. So traditional pedagogy is primarily teacher-centered. Yes, we have a disclaimer that some of these points might not be completely something that we can agree upon, but as we compare them to the digital pedagogy, yes, they do matter. So teacher-centered, we do have student-centered pedagogy in traditional, but primarily, I think traditional pedagogy started with this approach. We always had this teacher standing in the center of the class, or maybe in the front of the class, and teaching the rest of the students. And usually the content was emphasized. I think the pedagogical aspect, how to teach, it came quite later on as compared to the content-driven classrooms, where you were given big books, where you're given certain curriculum, and then you had to finish that. So, and of course, if 40, 30, or 50 students are sitting in front of you, there is no customization. You're not doing it as a customizable pedagogy, this for this particular student and that for the other student. No, it's going to happen in the same way for everyone. So we do, focus on the physical resources. Like you can see in the picture, we have chairs and we have blackboard and whiteboards and we have markers and we have charts in the classroom, and we heavily rely on them. Excuse me. And we have manual assessment because recently we see the digitization of the data collection and how we can evaluate our student, how we can assess them on different tests. But before that, it was all manual. And everything was bound in these four walls, what we call the classroom. An interesting point is that when we have a classroom bound education, it means that we consider only that education, and whatever is happening outside is not education. So that dichotomy is clearly visible. And I think we have been believing these concepts for a very long time, and unless we were growing up at that time. And we knew that when you get out of the classroom, there is no teaching or there's no learning. But I think most of the learning now, we agree on that, is happening outside the classroom. So limited collaboration, as Lewis was talking about how he's sitting in Poland and he's attending the conference and speaking to all of us. So this collaboration was unimaginable before. We could not think about such educational spaces where we could have experts, like you could just sit here and talk to Noam Chomsky or maybe to any other big scholar in the world, and it's just like very easy for us now. So data, I think data was not collected. There was no data driving pedagogy. So everything that people would say was kind of the word of mouth. So there was no data. Now everything is a data. That reminds me of an interesting example of how Tesla, the big car company, is kind of collecting automatic data when it's driving itself and it's moving around different places. There is a data stored into the maybe the Tesla, the hub, just by driving the car, and you're collecting so many things even unintentionally into the data box. So the next point is curriculum. We see the curriculum has been a very controversial issue in Pakistan, outside Pakistan, what should be there, what should not be. So the curriculum is also getting fluid. With digitization, because the access of information is no more an issue for students. They could just grab their phone or computer and access the information that we have as teachers. And then last one is you don't need any tech training for these physical classrooms, but we saw the transition when the pandemic came. A lot of experience and teachers who have been very good teachers suddenly became powerless because they could not deal with the technology and the issues that was happening because of technology. So technology can give you those limitations, but again, of course, it's a resource that we should use and we are using. So yeah. Next, please, Liz. Thank you. So again, if we have the juxtaposition of the two, traditional versus the digital pedagogy, we talked about the traditional one, but the digital space would first of all emphasize integration. So we are not saying that there is replacement. There's no replacement of traditional educational practices. We just want to integrate. We are emphasizing the point that you need to bring in technology to the classrooms if you're doing that physical classroom. Otherwise, you have these spaces where you're using technology. A lot of interaction as we see people coming in and out of this room without probably disturbing us at all. Like we don't even notice that. And in physical classroom, you see things happening and you're kind of distracted by a student saying, may I come in? Or like, this is how we do it in Pakistan, Louis, like students are taught this phrase from the very beginning that, may I come in? So like they have to learn it in English, sometimes unfortunately, because, they don't understand what they're saying, but they still do it. Allows personalization because of the customizability of technology. We can personalize our learning goals and pace. As Louis said, that he can do it on his own time, and he doesn't need to move or maybe adjust to this physical classroom and travel. He just can do it from the space over there. Efficient assessment. So you see the example of MD-CAT kind of exam. So we have this medical or engineering entrance tests in Pakistan. Unfortunately, some of them became controversial because of other reasons, but one of the reason for its efficiency is that it's digitization. So you take the test of thousands of students and you can get the result right away because it's a computer generated test and it's being checked by the computer. So it is very quick, efficient, and transparent. If you leave out the human factor of corrupting the system, it is a very efficient system. Another point is break geographical boundaries, and I think it's a very self-evident and obvious point that we are not living in geographical boundaries anymore. We don't live in time and space per se. All of us are kind of sharing different time zones if you're joining us from outside the country. Facilitate collaborative learning. I think, again, we don't see each other for years and we still are very good friends and we can collaborate and we can meet online. So that's the benefit of online learning. Offers data-driven feedback. Whatever you say is not going to be just based on observation and opinions. They have data driving opinions. So we show numbers, we show opinions, we show like how, for example, in Pakistani politics, there is these Gallup surveys now showing which political party is more famous than the other, etc. So it's kind of like Facebook data, which was also used and abused in American election and then the other elections throughout the world. So there are the flip sides, but again, the human factor, if you remove that, the manipulation, the system itself seems to be very transparent. Individual progress, so you can do it in your own pace. You don't have to worry about having the rat race, just like, galloping and saying that we need to reach the top. You can have your own pace decided. And then the last point requires ongoing tech training. Yes, technology is changing every day. So like if you are unable to catch up with the technological changes, you will be left behind, right? So for example, if tomorrow there's a new technology coming up, I need to spend some time. So there's that learning curve that I have to understand before I start using it in my classroom. But the question that we would like to leave with you, and probably you can start pouring in your responses in the chat box as we speak, and then we can go back and give you an answer. Probably we try to give an answer, is how can we integrate both? What is the way where we can successfully negotiate the boundaries of the two spaces, and we can successfully have a class which we can call like digitally empowered class, and a peaceful transition from one to other, or maybe the peaceful coexistence of the two. So yeah, Luis.
Thank you very much. And we will definitely have 5 to 10 minutes at the end to respond to your questions and see your comments. So we'll go from there. But then let's go into our second part, which is stressors and emotional intelligence in the digital age. And this is where we're heading towards. And well, I would say this is where we are right now. It's just going to go even further from here on, just the way that things are going with technology. So first, let's go into the stressors. And, Yasir gave us a very solid foundation of when we think as teachers, right, as educators, administrators, when we look at the classroom today, it's very, very different from the classroom before. And of course, technology, very, very positive effects, but also brings, the side of the coin, the flip side of the coin is stressors, right? And the first one being blur boundaries. And this is something that perhaps we see again and again, and we have heard and we feel firsthand that there always seems to be an easy way for us to be connected to the digital world, whether that is on Facebook, LinkedIn, our classroom, text messages. If you have, like for my students, I have WhatsApp groups and things like this. And it seems like we always have to be on, there's always this very easily accessible way to go back to work anywhere, right? It's emails. I don't know if all of you check I check my emails, I think at least 20 times a day, which I should stop doing that, So I don't have any boundaries within work and life balance right now, which is something that as teachers, as educators, something that we have to do. But it also happens to students, by the way. And students tell me this all the time as well, that it seems like they're always, for example, in my university, we have the Teams, I think it's Google Teams, and they have that application downloaded, and they're always getting messages and emails and things, and for them, they keep telling me, because they're taking various classes, 5, 6, 7 classes at the same time. They're always telling me, Luis, there's always so much to follow up, and so many comments, so many comment threads and things and that, and so it's very overwhelming. Which takes us to the second point, which is information overload. And when we think about the digital world and digital age, there is information everywhere. And I mean, we look at just very easily accessible information websites like Wikipedia or just Google. You can Google everything. Also, AI right now is just very overwhelmingly, very accessible to find information. But the thing is that in the digital world, in the digital age, information there's such a thing as too much of a good thing is too much, right? So that's an overload for our brains to process. Also, it's a good challenge for teachers to think about, because teachers are not really, we're not considered the only ones with the answers anymore, right? So students can easily access that information everywhere. But of course, that again, this idea of overwhelming us teachers with so much information out there, but also students. So definitely information overload is a challenge. Pressure to be digitally competent. And this is something that I saw recently. I'm doing some collaborations with some colleagues in Iran right now, and they were talking to some colleagues, some teachers, English as a foreign language teacher. And there is this particular teacher, and she said, students, because she's not very digitally competent in the classroom, and it's a face-to-face classroom, by the way, but students use their cell phones. And students, according to this teacher, the participant in one of our studies, the participant said that students have less respect towards her because she doesn't know how to access information in a timely manner online. Whereas students, if they have a question and the teacher might be thinking about the answer, for example, they can just look it up very quickly in their cell phones, and then they have the answer. So this thing about digitally competency, being digitally competent, this is really shifting power or kind of redirecting who has the power, who's literate in the classroom, right? It was a very interesting shift that we saw there in that particular study, because then students are the ones who have the literacy elements to be able to do whatever they need to do to find the answers, whereas the teacher is struggling to keep up, seemed like in that particular study. But anyways, so definitely there's a pressure, especially for teachers, to be digitally competent, just because our students are digital natives, right? Shifting pedagogical practices, and this is something that we see again and again. Yasser was talking about this, especially during COVID. We have veteran teachers who are not comfortable with the digital world. They find it overwhelming. They find it, too much. And so shifting towards digitally embracing, digital pedagogy, some teachers are not ready for that. They're not willing to do that. And that's, of course, creating some struggles, some difficulties for them in the classroom. I've seen it before when I was teaching in the US, living and teaching in the US. I see it here in Poland, where veteran teachers do not want to embrace and include digital elements of teaching and learning, and students are feeling like something is missing in the classroom. They're not happy. They say the classroom is boring, this, that. So definitely there is this shifting that needs to occur towards digital pedagogy. Digital fatigue, and I'm mindful of the time. I know we're running out of time very quickly, but digital fatigue, when we think about all of these, again, overload of information, it's definitely affecting teachers' well-being and also students, but in our productivity, because we're so in tune with being able to access information everywhere, and we're always accessing information. For some of us, it seems like 24/7. So we cannot just stop working in the classroom and come back home and that's it. It's like, it seems like we're always on, right? Again, going back into the blurred boundary. So that's definitely causing fatigue on us. So that affects, of course, our well-being, our health, our productivity. And last but not least, dealing with cultural lag. And this actually came from our conversation. Yasir and I were having a conversation recently about this. And it's the fact that technology is very fast-paced, but for us, for human beings, it really takes us longer to develop this cultural dimension. We talked about, Yasir and I, cultural dimension, which is, rules, values. I was speaking earlier in my story about the etiquette, courtesy. So what does it mean to interact with technology? So these generational values, they do clash, because whereas technology is continuously and very fast paced, evolving in a very fast pace, for us, for humans, it really takes us a little bit longer to understand the right culture, because culture takes time. For culture to develop takes time for human beings, right? So it takes us a little bit more time for humans to realize, to understand, what are the rules of this digital world? What are the values that I should have? What are the literacies? All of these things, right? But once we start figuring it out, then technology already, continue to evolve. So this is something that we're always trying to catch up. And I'm looking at the time, so I'm gonna go through this very quickly, and then we have another slide for a couple of more slides, and then we'll go into the Q&A. I see the time. So how do we overcome these stressors? Well, one of the ways that we have to think about this, especially when we think about the stress of life balance, well-being, first and foremost, emotional intelligence. And we think that, the further we go into the digital space, digital pedagogy, the more we have to start thinking in education about the effect of emotional intelligence. Why is this? Well, because the more we go into the digital space, the more we become, especially now with artificial intelligence and all of this new technology that is going to continue to emerge, we are seeing that human beings are able to perhaps successfully communicate with technology. And that's a way of literacy, and that's another way of perhaps, by the way, if you're familiar with Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences, that might become another way of intelligence, like digital intelligence or something like that, right, in the future, perhaps. But that's one element. But what we're seeing is that some, especially digital natives, but some students, children, they do not really know, or they're not being instructed on how to be socially intelligent and how to deal with the emotions in the real world, in a timely manner, right? So emotional intelligence is this ability to be able to learn from your experiences and to be able to regulate your emotions and your behavior. So how do we do that in a social setting when we're surrounded most of the day by a digital world, right? So this is something that we have to start thinking about more deeply as educators, and perhaps start centering our education into a more emotional intelligence education. Because the more we go into digital pedagogy in the digital world, the more kind of separating, we're kind of bridging this social world and digital world even more. And we have to really consider whether or not our students, especially digital natives, are going to be able to interact in a socially intelligent manner, and socially and emotionally intelligent manner in the real world. So that's something to think about. Algorithms reproduce what you engage in or consume online. This is something that we see again and again. whatever we look for, sometimes it looks like, or seems like our phones are listening to us, and they kind of give us and reproduce the same things that we're looking for. So that kind of creates a silo around us, and something to think about as well. I'm going to go through these a little bit faster now because of the time. How to make yourself intelligent for the digital world. What does it mean to be intelligent? I talked about emotional intelligence, but intelligence in general. What does it mean to be emotionally intelligent in the digital world? These are some of the things that we have to start redefining in education when we think about literacy, being literate in the digital world, being intelligent. It's a different way of looking at intelligence in a face-to-face interaction. Digital morality, and I've mentioned some of this before: values, courtesy. Also, when we think about these algorithms, again, what is morally correct or not? Those are some of the things that we have to start thinking about. And as educators, if we don't talk about this in the classroom, who's going to talk about this with our students, right? So these are some things that we cannot just avoid it anymore. This is something that is happening in our life. And if we don't create spaces to talk about this with our students, then, their parents, because they're usually not digital natives, they're not going to know how to talk about this. So again, we have to start thinking about redefining our learning spaces. And the last point, I've talked about this, but digital media literacy. So very briefly, we're going to go into future challenges. And I know we have about 7 minutes, but we have some time for Q&A at the end as well. So future challenges and opportunity, and Yasser is going to take us home here with this last slide.
Okay, I think Luis talked about and touched upon like really important points. So everything is not so bleak. We just want to give you this last slide as a ray of hope that, yes, there are some challenges, and there are some opportunities as well. So not just challenges, but we do have silver lining. So the transformative potential of technology enhanced learning environment, like student well-being, motivation, engagement. So you see that we have technologically enhanced classroom, just like we have these enhanced technologies on the base of AI or the other gadgets. So this technology is really empowering us in many ways, but we do need to keep ourselves motivated and emotionally aware. Otherwise, and I was reading up on some of the conversation that was happening in the chat box, and some of the participants really, highlighted these points, that how physical touch and physical spaces are important, and they are integral part of our teaching, because it's not just digitization and information. We don't need information. We just don't need information all the time. We need information with empathy. We need information with emotions. So any information devoid of emotions, they will not be appreciated by the students, by the learners, because they do have an experience connected with their learning opportunities. So another part is like how knowledge is now digitizing. So like it's not the same knowledge that we had. It's not created in the same way. It's not consumed in the same way. It is created in different spaces, and it is consumed in different spaces. So this is one of the biggest challenge, and that means that we have to reshape our values. We have to reshape the way we think about it. Again, I would emphasize the point that this ontology, like what reality is also being shaped. And of course, the episteme of knowledge, like how knowledge, we come to know and understand what is knowledge, is also changing. So we need to redefine these two philosophical, terminologies, like how and what they mean for our new tech-based understanding of pedagogy. So I think we did talk about this, and I'll really rush these few points. Digital fatigue, emotional expression, privacy concerns, these are some of the challenges. Whenever we sign up for a new account in any of the digital space, we are scared for our privacy. We are really concerned whether this information would be shared, and how much do we know what we are giving them. So it is very challenging for us to understand each and everything, like who reads all these terms of the different terms that we have when we are signing up for a new account. We never read those principles and rules and guidelines. We just sign up and that's it. On the other hand, the opportunities, they are emotional intelligence training. So we can do that by equipping ourselves to these new technologies and knowledges. Because as we said that we're changing, we're moving from one to the other, we also need to change the way we train our teachers, we train ourselves. I recently heard, I think yesterday newspaper said that Chat GPT, which is the AI, open AI tool, is going to be start hearing, seeing, and speaking very soon. Probably it has already started doing that. It's just the release of that technology. So how it will change pedagogy, how it will change the way we think, it's going to be challenging. But again, a lot of opportunities along with that. And we need to think about innovative pedagogies, what matters most. Global connectivity and data-driven support. I think we already talked about that. And I see Farheen, like, I think it's the kind of bringing us back to this main conversation. So I'll stop here and probably we open our discussion for any question that you might have. And I see things are happening in the chat box. So thank you very much. And we leave you with these two questions. And if you have a response to these questions or you have any other question, please feel free to just put your comments, question in the chat box. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, so if you have any questions, you may write in the chat box, and I can see that there's a discussion going on in the chat box. So since Louis and Yasser are here, can maybe communicate through the chat box, or if you would like to take any point from the chat box and talk about that. Yes, Amir, we will not accommodate anyone, by unmuting their mics. You may write your question. And I think you have written your question that being religious, we can say that in presence of AI, the need of personal touch by mentor is more needed instead of emotional intelligence. Can spiritual, okay. So if you would like to answer this question, okay, Firoz has also raised hand. Firoz, unfortunately, we're not allowing anyone to unmute their mic, so maybe you can write whatever you feel like in the chat box, because due to some limitations, we are not allowing anyone to unmute their mics. Okay. At which age we introduce technology? I think there's no age to introduce technology, I think, because these students, they are digital natives. So yeah, they usually start from the very beginning. Louis and Yasser, if you would like to take any questions from the chat box.
Yes, and I think, thank you so much, Farheen, and I think that's exactly the correct answer. When the question about which age, teachers, the problem is that we don't get to introduce it anymore. It's introduced before they get into the classroom, before they get into kindergarten or first grade. Children are already surrounded by technology all the time. So for them, that's why they're natives. They're digital natives because they see it everywhere. They interact with it all the time. I remember in the US, for example, parents, they always felt guilty for doing this, but children, when they were not behaving, or they wanted children to just be quiet or calm for a little bit, they would give them the phone, this, that, and children would start playing, and they're doing that at 1, 2, 3 years old before they go into school. So that's something that happens before they even go into school. So once they get into school, they're already digitally competent. So that's something that we cannot separate them from anymore.
And I think I'll just add like a few things to it. And for example, you want your kid to be an AI expert, and you want them to be digitally savvy and expert in in the age of, let's say, 15 or 20, because if you want to train someone physically for like a particular sport, you start the training early on, like 6, 7 years old, and they start doing gymnastics and all that. So since we have different value system, which is based on the physical education, we are really scared of using technology and screens. Of course, it has its drawbacks because of the screen time and all these other emotional and physical and psychological stuff, like obesity, somebody mentioned that. But we do need to redefine these value systems. Like if we want to prepare our kid for the digitally equipped future, can we do that without introducing them early on to technology? I mean, that's a big question. We don't have the answer for that yet, but that's a very big question, that what should be the age, what should be the appropriate amount of time and energy that you spend on these gadgets. So that's what I think.
Okay, so Louis, since you and Louis Jasper are here, you can maybe respond to all the questions that are putting in the chat box through the chat only, because we are now moving to our next keynote speaker. And thank you so much, Dr. Lewis and Dr. Yasser, for the wonderful session. And it provided us with a deeper understanding of how to, unleash the digital arts of our students and ourselves as 21st century education.
Thank you.
I think that despite the challenges that technology, I as an advocate of technology, I will say that technology assists teachers in various ways. Now, it not only provides the stresses are there, but it actually provides teachers with a vast array of technology. Yeah. So thank you so much for your time and effort in joining the conference. We look forward to future collaborations with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right. So we are moving to our next keynote speaker. I think that as we delve into the realm of adult learning, we encounter a diverse landscape of experiences, motivations, and aspirations. The agile adult learner navigates this terrain with a unique set of principles, harnessing their inner power to drive their educational journey. So we are moving to our next keynote session, the Agile Adult Learner, Principles, Power, and Pedagogy. As we explore the pedagogical strategies that empower these learners to thrive in an ever-evolving world. And for this, we have Sir Boston. Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Okay, so Sebastian needs no introduction. So I will definitely introduce him as the protocol of our conference. So Professor Sebastian is the Director of Teachers Development Center, who leads a team of teacher trainers and has so far reached over 85,000 teachers in schools of every variety in the country. He is one of the founding members of FELD and has participated in all international conferences from 1987 to date. He holds a master's degree in English literature from University of Karachi and an MA TESOL from University of Manchester. In 2020, he received the Lifetime Achievement Award by Millennium Institute of Professional Development, presented by Muslim Pakistan, Dr. A.K. Yuhan. So over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum, and what a pleasure to hear Yasir Hussain and Luis Herrera on some very, very wise dimensions. Okay, mashallah, we have a very large audience, and that's a lot of people who have signed in. And also, lots of people are on Facebook live streaming, which we are, mashallah, are also all guests. So yes, walaikum salam, and mashallah, around the country, people are on board. Regards to EDLAB and the team, to Dr. Mohsin, Bakar, and Farheen for putting up this effort. Gee, have you given me a share? Can I?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation.
Good, good. Okay, my theme is the Agile Adult Learner, Principles, Power, and Pedagogy. And this theme, okay, I noticed that it is 11:06. Do I have about 30 minutes? 11:30? 11:32?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Right. It was a pleasure listening to Louis and Yasser in the morning today, and I endorse many of the things they have said and fully agree that we are in a new age, a new time, new spaces, new times, and new personalities. Yes, indeed, indeed. A new kind of human being is existing today. Yes, walaikum salam. And a new kind of human being is on the planet today, a peculiar kind of human being, and a strange, sort of surprising, and that is one of our issues that we will be addressing today. Hence, our learning modes and modalities too must change. An interesting question has intrigued me for long during the pandemic. Many of you who know of my work will immediately guess this is the question. Is COVID-19 the problem and online learning the solution? Or is COVID-19 the solution? I love this question. It was asked by a Vice Chancellor of Belgium University during the pandemic. At that time, the country, the world, the global lockdown, and it was a crisis. Nobody quite knew what was happening. It was chaos. And during that time, people of thought, wisdom, insight were asking this marvelous question: what is exactly the problem? Could it be that COVID was the solution that made us think about education differently? Something we had failed to do for the last 60 years. We just took things for granted and just did things because everybody was doing them. And now COVID forced us to think. Let us see. I would like us all to watch a video where a man actually is talking about this man, one of our great voices of education today. We are going to watch. Farheen, over to you. Let us watch. Will it go from here?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to play
Well, there
this?
are many negatives.
Yeah, I've got it. It's working. Okay. Let's just do it from here.
From my side, okay.
While there are many negatives about the current COVID crisis, indeed, for the future of schooling in Northern Ireland, COVID can also be a golden ticket. Along with new decade, new directions, there is a chance to keep the best of our current schooling model, but have the courage to learn from what's working well in COVID to embrace a new syntax of learning. The current grammar of schooling works well for many, but far from all. And this means every year we leave too many children behind. We talk a lot as teachers. We ask between 150 to 250 questions a day, requiring less than 3 words response. We focus 90% of our talk and the work we ask kids to do on the facts, and we ask them to do. And in many instances, there is little learning in this doing. We sort, group, differentiate, track, segregate, exam, assess, label. We slice and dice the curriculum. We assume every child needs everything in the Northern Ireland curriculum in prescribed stages, and we pack in more every time we tinker towards utopia via the curriculum. And there's a conspiracy. Students above average want more teacher talk, more teacher questions, more doing, more facts, as they know how to play this game very well. We thus leave so many behind, and we fail to teach all to have the skills to become their own teachers. And go deeper in their learning. Along comes COVID. We find those students who know how to be their own teachers, who have been taught self-regulation, are the winners. We find those most dependent on the teacher are not so successful at home as they are compliant in class. Under online learning, teachers move from talking to triage. They listen to what students know and don't know, and stop assuming all kids need their lessons and their talking. We hear parents moving from being the homework police and asking, is my precious above average and showing good behaviour, to hearing and appreciating the language of learning, the beautiful delight and the messiness of learning, the importance of failure and not knowing as the best friends of learners. And they quickly come to esteem teachers who have this expertise of inspiring, engaging, motivating and teaching their kids. We have the chance of a revolution. Despite many saying we need to evolve slowly, we cannot change. We have seen the system of schooling change overnight. We have seen that educators have remarkable, powerful and highly desired skills. We have seen educators lead the change to this new model. And we're building evidence from this change to modify and improve the school system. This may be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to bring back better. Northern Ireland, take the golden ticket and truly develop a new syntax of schooling.
So wonderful. You've noticed that this was a speech given to Northern Ireland, but I'm sure you can put Pakistan wherever he says Northern Ireland, and indeed many other countries where that same exact logic would apply by John Hattie. So let us take some key sentences from what he has said, because technology, sound, and accents have a problem in being of clarity. So I've pulled out a couple of themes to base my major presentation with you all. On chat, please let me know if you people are with me and you are following. Just please put on chat that you people that you are following. Thank you. That will allow me to go at the right pace. Okay. Now I notice, I wonder if you noticed that Dr. Hattie, Professor Hattie, is talking about something serious. Now this is very, very serious. Yeah, this point is extremely serious. That is, I haven't yet shown it to you. Thank you. Yes, many people are listening. All teachers, I know from my classroom experience, I know all teachers prepare with the best students in mind. I know that very often I would like the smartest child in class to appreciate my effort in the classroom. So I prepare something with an eye to him or her. I would like appreciation from all of them, all my students, but I would like the brightest students to appreciate me more. It's a psychological thing, a very tricky thing, a subtle thing. But Dr. Hattie is saying that the real challenge is the smart student. Oh, wow. I thought Now, this is the local context and the way we think, that it is the weak students who are the problem. We think that it is these deprived children from deprived parents, these uneducated parents' offspring. We think that is the problem. But Dr. Hattie, Professor Hattie has turned it around. And I would like us to pay attention to this serious point. He say, this is a very good question. As point, we talk a lot as teachers. We ask between 150 and 250 questions a day, requiring less than a 3-word response. There is little learning in this doing. Children want us to do. They want us to do the talking. Students above average. See, there we go. Students above average want more teacher talk, teacher questions, want more doing and more facts, as they know how to play this game very well. There we go. The smart children, inverted commas, the smart children, they know how to play this game. They know how to get the marks. They know how to pass the exams. They are not worried about learning. Just hello, somebody's pressed this.
Sir, I think it's from your side.
I'm not doing anything. Yeah, I know. Just a moment.
Maybe yes, you can share it.
Thank you. You stop the sharing. Okay. Apologies. I don't understand. Just suddenly started moving on its own. Okay. So to bring up this. Okay. Let's see.
Yes, we can see it now.
Yes. Is this an iPad requesting remote control of your screen? Is that you, Farheen? I'm sorry for this.
Not me, and please don't allow to give the remote.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yes, I think it was because of that command. Okay. So the smart students want the teachers to behave in a particular way because they know that they are going to play this game and win it. So here is the problem. And I think this is seriously underlined. We fail to teach all to have the skills to become their teachers and go deeper in their learning. The real point of teaching in the classroom is not obedience, but is capacity to learn and to teach oneself, ultimately to become our own teachers. Sadly, this whole idea of teacher compliance and teacher obedience generates a problem of lack of leadership, lack of self-regulation. So what happens is, as soon as the teacher steps out of the classroom, that smart child who was given to total obedience is lost. Much better to have the less smart child, inverted commas, B grade student who is able to organize his own time, who is able to organize his own time and energy, as we shall see in a moment. We learn something remarkable, that maybe the issue is not the weak student, it is the smart student. And that point is something I would like to focus on. And the parents constantly want the homework police. We want to turn the parents to hearing and appreciating the language of learning, the beautiful delight and the messiness of learning. Missing in Pakistan's whole discourse is a discussion about the language of learning. How do human beings learn? How does memory work? What can be expected from a child to remember? What is the short-term memory? What is the long-term memory? How do things go from short-term to long-term? These are the kinds of discussions totally absent in our parent-teacher meetings. And I would add, in our staff room conversations as well. But let's not worry about that. Hello, Mohsin. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So we need to understand that while all parents want to know the marks, we want our children to know the importance of failure, and not knowing is the best friends of learners. It is only when I know that I don't know that I will put in the time and the energy to know. And that's how learning wheel moves. But very many parents are not aware of the discourse on learning. And that generates its issues, and that generates its own problems. Okay, so therefore, they quickly come to esteem teachers, parents that is, who have this expertise in inspiring, engaging, and motivating and teaching their kids. That is why we know hundreds of teachers who have said to me, parents have said to them, please tell my son and daughter to do such and such because he or she doesn't listen to me. And that's exactly the point of the expertise of teachers. It doesn't come in one day, and we need to appreciate and marvel at this expertise. We have seen that educators have remarkable, powerful, and highly desired skills. And this may be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to bring back better. All these are sentences from John Hattie's talk. And Northern Ireland, it says there, and I've made it Pakistan, take the golden ticket and truly develop a new syntax of schooling. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you a remarkable teacher of this subject, and this will be my major intellectual offering for today. Many teachers in Pakistan have pointed out that it is not the teaching that is the issue, but learning is. So we need a new word and a new mindset to tackle the problem. And so we turn to James Anderson for a new vocabulary that makes discussion possible. And here it is. This is James Anderson, and this is the new word, learnership, the skill of learning, the skill of learning. We assume everyone has it. We know very well they don't. But we want people to have it, and we don't know how to give it. So here then is the structure, the methodology, the recipe of understanding. Please bear with me. You are in for a highly entertaining and powerful discussion. The learnership matrix describes 6 different types of learners and 5 key characteristics of learning. You will be given the design of this, and indeed this the PDF of this in a moment, and everyone will receive it as part of it. But you're welcome to take pictures as we move along. The learnership diagnostic tool, we need to recognize the types of learners we have in the classroom and then learn how to guide your students in becoming more skillful learners. So James Anderson tells us that there are these five major aspects of learnership that we need to recognize. They form one kind of the axis, and we need to take a look at the others. Now, all of these are easy. Challenge, yes, the children must do challenging tasks. Habits of mind, I'll come to that in a moment. Mistakes, the child needs to pay attention to mistakes. There will be, that's how learning works. Feedback, yes, teachers, colleagues, peers can give feedback. Time and energy, how does one organize it, manage it, and give it? So, of all these words, habits of mind is serious. So I'm going to quickly give you a glimpse. Habits of mind is once again the work of another scholar, which is these 16 habits of mind. Now, since this workshop is about learnership and not about habits of mind, I'm just showing you this poster containing all 16 of them. And we have given this to Farheen. Yes, and Farheen has received this, who will email it to all the participants and put it on the chat so that you are welcome to look up this and go in detail. Or if you like, just send us an email at Teachers Development Center, and I will continue on this. So these 16 habits of mind are a theme. So we'll go faster and understand learnership. Let's take a look. Learnership. We begin with the non-learner, and we know on these 5 aspects, we will take a look at what does the non-learner do. The non-learner avoids the challenge. A non-learner is ignorant of habits of mind. Now, this is how this pattern will work. 6 kinds of learners until we end up at the agile learner, who is the point of our conversation. Mistakes, he ignores them. Feedback, he disregards, and time and energy he wastes. Quite obvious, here is a person who doesn't want. So whatever counseling and mentoring we do, we need to recognize where is the glitch and help that child, lad or lass, to understand. We move on from there to the beginner learner. Now the wheels have started moving. So here's a person who reduces the challenge, is able to describe a couple of habits of mind, not all of them. He recognizes mistakes, acknowledges feedback, and he does the task. He spends time and energy doing. This is the beginner. Hello, people in chat. Yes. I hope you are now able to follow the structure of this conversation, that I'm going to give the category of the learner at the top, and these 5 things will remain in place, and we will understand each of them as they get better. Thank you. Thank you. Good, good. All right. Then we move on to the performance learner. Don't we know that? This guy, this student, we know very well. ये भरम रखने वाला तालिब इल्म है। ये दिखावे का है, जो काम करने को कहा उतना ही किया, उससे ना ज्यादा ना कम. And he thinks that's enough, and that's the problem. He limits the challenge. He applies habits of mind, a couple. He avoids mistakes. What do you mean avoids mistakes? It means he writes, for example, he writes sentences which are so simple that there is no question of mistake in them. He doesn't try to write complex clauses. So, which is what I call Humpty Dumpty English at the MPhil level. You can imagine what that means. Right. Feedback. he selects the feedback. When people give him heavy and hard feedback, which is hard on the ego to accept, he carefully selects the tarifi jumla, the achhi baat, and he's not heard that other part at all. And time and energy he spends performing. So this is the child who spends a lot of time coloring the inside of the flower of the pistil and the stamen and labels them wrong. Because it should look nice. It should look nice. And this is the performance learner. So you now see, each higher level includes the previous level. Each higher level includes the previous level. So as you can see, we are becoming better. Let me quickly move on to the directed learner. Now we have a child who is willing to listen and willing to go higher. Challenge. He attempts the challenge. Habits of minds, he extends. If he knows 4 of them, he learns 8. 12, he increases. He corrects his mistakes. He responds to feedback, and he spends time and energy in a productive way. Doesn't do it. He's productive. Now I think James Anderson ko daad hai at selecting this exact vocabulary to make mentoring possible. Independent. Now we are getting better. Independent learner. This is, by the way, where some children in the class are, and these are the smart children. And they don't need us. Let us be honest. They are independent. They target the challenge. They target the challenge. So if the teacher does not, they target one themselves. They develop habits of mind. They use their mistakes. They request feedback. Wonderful. Wonderful. They request feedback and they strive with their time and energy to do better. They extend themselves. They don't excuse themselves with fatigue and sleep. They put in the time and the effort. And this is how independence is created and fostered. And we come to the last category, the agile learner. This is where we were aiming at. The agile. We want, inshallah, our learners to be here. Let us be honest. Everyone won't be here. So if you manage independence, good enough. But the agile learner embraces the challenge, cultivates habits of mind, designs mistakes. Wonderful. Designs mistakes. He deliberately does things above the level of his capacity so that a particular category of mistake happens, which he then gets a chance to improve and perfect. He tailors his feedback. He carefully asks particular teachers to give him feedback on particular aspects of his work. And time and energy he spends growing. I think this, of all the materials and thinking, I think this chart is a remarkable gift of thought and vocabulary to allow us to bring our learners from whatever level they are, here it is, whatever level they are to the next level. And I would have no problem passing this. Farheen, your request, please take this as a PDF and pass it on to the email addresses of people who are interested. I'm sure many, many, many people are interested. Right. And this brings me to a conclusion. I would like you to connect. I would like to connect all of you to the EDLAB YouTube channel. These people did, EDLAB people are wonderful people. They do these nice things. So I did a first episode on a book in 10 minutes. And it was directly connected to this issue. The book by Herbert Cole, I Won't Learn From You, which started this thought process that made this presentation possible. So I would like you to take a look at that in order to understand another aspect, and let us decide to make all our learners from performance to independent to agile. Thank you. And this concludes my workshop, my session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Fareed.
Thank you so
Those
much,
who would
sir.
like to be in touch with me, here are my details.
Yes, please have a look at Sir Bakhtan's detail. You can take a screenshot if you want.
Sure.
All right. So thank you so much, sir, for highlighting many points. And the topic itself is very rich. The Agile learner, power, and talent.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So we are moving to the next session, the next segment of our conference, and that is the panel discussion. Okay, I would like you to stop sharing your screen, sir.
Yes, let me. Thank you. Yes, I need to get out from there. Yes, thank you, Dua.
Okay. So now we are moving to our next segment, that is the panel discussion. Okay, so we embark on a journey to explore the profound paradigm shift brought about by heutagogy. So this is a very new term that we are going to explore about. So delving into the principles, challenges, and potential impact of this transformative approach to learning. And now I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to come on board and shed some light on this topic, exploring the paradigm shift, the principles, challenges, and potential impact of heutagogy. Okay, so for this, I would like to invite Mr. Bakar again to conduct the panel discussion. And our panelists are also here. Yes, Mr. Blah, if you can just switch off your video. Okay, she's here. Bakar, yes, he is also here. Okay, so I have introduced Bakar earlier as well. So he's the co-founder of EDLAB Pakistan, and he has trained more than 3,000 teachers across Pakistan, and he has served as a lecturer in Iqra University and PFP since 2012. So he, often leads consultancy projects to various NGOs and trust-based schools for implementing school development programs. So Bakar, welcome on board again, and you can take this discussion further. Mr. is also here. Yes, thank you.
Fareed, would you like to introduce our panelists also?
Do you want to do that? Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Before handing over to me, your formal introduction.
Okay. So let me just do it. Okay. So our first panelist is Dr. Fatma Dar, who is the CEO of Oak Consulting. She has earned her PhD from the School of Education and Cognitive Science, Asia University, Malaysia. She's an MA in Curriculum and Teaching from Teachers College, Columbia University, USA, and an MA in English Language and Literature from Government College, University, Lahore. She has worked as an educator and consultant at various universities and donor agencies, including Al Khan University, DEVIST, IUBM, University of Warwick, Institute of Education UK, USAID, DFID, McKinsey, and UNICEF. Her publications focus on curriculum development, teacher education, and English language teaching. So welcome, Ms. Fatma Dar on board. Okay. So next we have Ms. Lubna Mohyuddin. So Ms. Lubna Mohyuddin is a dedicated educator with a 24-year career, including roles as a teacher, teacher educator, senior trainer for Intel, and a school principal. She currently serves as a publishing editor at OUP Pakistan and holds degrees in educational administration, chemistry, and a BA from Karachi University. As well as she has an ICELT qualification from Cambridge University. Beyond her career, she is also known for her community service, including volunteering for organizations like SPEL. So welcome, Ms. Lubna, on board. Okay, and now next we have Ms. Rafia Mudassir. Is she here? I think she must be rejoining. Okay, let me introduce her later then. Okay, then we have Mr. Mohsin Pijani. Okay, so Mr. Mohsin Pijani is he has 30 plus years of experience in education. He has held various roles, including teacher educator, master trainer, school principal, and leadership positions in different organizations. He holds a master's in English from Middlebury College, USA, and a certificate for overseas teachers of English from Cambridge University. He has trained at prestigious institutions like Phillips Academy, Harvard University, Sheffield Hallam University, and Oxford University. Mr. Mohsin is the founder and executive director of the School of Writing and serves as the president of the Society of Pakistan English Language Teachers, SPEL. Okay, so welcome, Mr. Mohsin, on board. Now we have Ms. Rafia Mudassir. Okay, so Ms. Rafia Mudassir is an educational leader with 29 years of experience as a teacher, principal, and a master trainer. She has worked with renowned institutions of Pakistan in various capacities. She currently leads Nurul Huda Education, which focuses on the capacity development of students, teachers, and educational leaders. She has remained extensively involved in teacher training and curriculum design. Ms. Rafia is the president of Pakistan Teachers Forum SEN, advocating for teachers. She is also an active member of various national and international organizations and committees. So welcome, Ms. Rafia, on board as well. You may start your videos now. And I think Bakar, now you can take over from here.
Okay, thank you, Farheen. So welcome, dear panelists. I hope our participants are also enjoying and learning this conference, and we have wonderful sessions of different speakers before this our panel discussion. So I'm just repeating the theme of this panel discussion, which is exploring the paradigm shift, the principles, challenges, and potential impact of Heutagogy. So this term might be new for some of the participants. So starting my conversation with Dr. Fatma, so Dr. Fatma, how would you define Heutagogy and what distinguishes it from traditional pedagogy and andragogy?
Thank you very much, Bakir. First of all, Assalamu alaikum, everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me. This is an opportunity to meet and see old friends. I can see my own friends, smiling at me. At least I can see Mohsin Bhai smiling and Ms. Rafia smiling, and Lubna has decided to have her, screen off. So thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure meeting old friends and talking at such a very interesting forums. And I must also appreciate the selection of the topic, which is very, very important these days. So talking about Heutagogy, definitely a new term, at least for our teachers, but not a new practice, so to speak. So when we talk about Heutagogy, it basically means to discover. It basically means to find. And if we see Heutagogy at the continuum of pedagogy and andragogy, so from a full control of the teacher, a child is coming towards empowerment. So when we are talking about Heutagogy, so from a teacher centered or a teacher control to a more self-directed learning or the recognition of learner autonomy, we are moving towards a trend which empowers a learner completely. So when we are talking about Heutagogy, so to speak, we are talking about self-determined learning. We are talking about a complete, self-directed learning where a student is responsible for managing his or her own learning. And this is also called a non-linear approach towards learning, and is based on, I think, the principles of neuroscience, which indicates that there is no one-size-fits-all philosophy. All children are different, they are programmed differently, and one must respect that children are programmed differently, and teachers then need to create opportunities where teachers provide that platform for a students to take a 360 degrees exploration. So this is a 360 degrees exploration for the learner, where a learner is in full control, and the ultimate objective is to make the learner a lifelong learner, because the learner has to ultimately adjust in a society which has challenges. So how is the education system preparing these lifelong learners, which are driven by intrinsic motivation, and they determine their own learning pathways? So a child basically determines what to learn, how to learn, and then why to learn. So a learner answers these questions himself or herself, rather than being directed completely by the teacher. So this in a nutshell explains what heutagogy is.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. Now I want to ask another question from Ms. Rafia Mudassir. Ms. Rafia, can you share some examples of successful heutagogical approaches in various education contexts? Because you are involved in all levels of teaching, you're also involved in schools, and you also taught in universities. So in when that heutagogy is more implemented and highlighted and can be more useful?
Thank you so much, Bakir, and Assalamu alaikum to all my fellow panelists. Basically, Bakir, if we see, it is more relevant in the higher education and as well as adult learning, where people are actually looking up or taking up projects to connect to their professional lives. So in teacher education, one example is that I've been teaching the postgraduate certificate and diploma courses and heads training. So where the teachers or heads picked up action research projects for themselves. They themselves identified the problems in their environments, learned about that problem, and then implemented action plans and brought about school improvement. So that is one example that I would like to quote. Another is of OA level students also. There too, they have some leverage, or they have some availability of choices they can make of the projects they take up. So community projects especially. So development of them, their attributes as learners, the 21st century skills, leadership programs. I've run many leadership programs, and those two wherever the person was actually trying to improve personally, some personal attributes or learning certain skills. They were the places where I noticed that they had their own path to study. They selected their own resources. They selected their own mentors at times, that who will be the best person to guide them with respect to a particular aspect that they were trying to improve in their learning, as personal or as professional. Another example is of a WWF Green School project that I did with O-level students. About 250 students volunteered, and they were actually to launch a green school program and take up initiatives. So where we noticed that the children went up to develop a kitchen garden in the school, and then later on even compost. So they learned about this process themselves, motivated by the speaker or the guest speakers that came in and gave ideas. And then they developed the whole process, so much so that they then were able to set up a nursery outside of school, where they were giving away plants for the national initiative that was launched, plantation of trees. So these are some examples from my own perspective. Even middle school children at times, when we do these open days and we do these STEAM or STEM projects, so they come up with examples, and where these are where we notice, and what where we notice that they are actually exercising their own autonomy, selection of resources, selecting of how they will process it, and also setting up some rubrics or criteria that how they will measure that this is successful or they have been able to achieve their goal. Then value-based leadership is the recent program that I was doing where everyone had to set up their own action plans. So we were evaluating our own values. We were looking at assessing against a rubric and then setting up an action plan that what one action or step we will take to improve on that value. And this I've done with children, with university students, with different communities and people, and I've seen that everyone brings in their own experiential learning and their own, they set up their own goals and they are able to achieve what they are setting out to. Because it is something that is relevant, something that they are passionate about, interested in themselves, and they want to bring about a change. So then they are able to implement these things. So what I think more examples come from higher education and from our adult learning platforms. Teacher education is one example where we can say that the outcomes are good, the people are involved and they are engaged.
Thank you, Ms. Rafia, for explaining it well in the context of university and schools and with your own experiences. So I want to ask next question to Ms. Lubna. Ms. Lubna, as you are associated with a publication side and you have also been in interaction with different schools, college and universities. So can you reflect light on how can the Heutagogy be applied across diverse subject areas and age groups, or are there some specific context where it's particularly effective?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. As we have discussed and an esteemed panelist has explained to you that pedagogy is a learner's autonomy is required in that. And it can be applied across diverse subjects to a varying degree. It depends on the age and also lots of other factors. If you look into my school experience, I know that we usually go for a very traditional school settings, and school usually they depend on structure, curricula, standardized assessments, and teacher-directed instructions. However, Heutagogy can be incorporated into school settings to varying degrees, depending upon the grade levels and the subject-specific things, and if the school philosophy is ready to do that. And first of all, the thing which we have to know is that we have to give learners autonomy, that they have to direct their learning themselves. And I think that can be done at a higher level, a little higher level. It can be done to some varying degrees to a primary level too, but teachers need to train the students, learners for that. And I think it can be a subject specific too. For example, for maths and science, I think sometimes we need a more structured approach to that because our primary knowledge is required. But in contrast, arts, humanities, and of course, as Rafia has talked about project-based learning, this approach can be applied into that. So I think what is required is that we need to train our learners how to do that, and for that we have to give them this power so that they can direct their learning and they can go into it, and we teachers are there just to support their learning, to make them learn how to learn. So I can give my example from my own personal example. When my kids was very young, and at the time I didn't know about this term and all that, but from the very young age, what I have done is that I have asked them to do their tasks themselves. All the homework or whatever they have learned in the school, they have to then sit at their desk and they have to learn it themselves. And if they come across any problem, then they will come to me. So, and now, mashallah, they are software engineers doing so well in their professions. But the thing is, now they are the self-directed learners. They know how to learn. So this is the thing which I have done it in my life. And I think it can be done in a school setting too. Not in all subjects, not at all grade levels, but here and there in a traditional school system, we can put into it. And just like, and then one more thing, that we know that we have a very traditional educational system, and which often rely on standardized tests and assessments and credentials. So Heutagogy can face challenges in context. So where formal learning achievement is essential, such as standardized testing or other accreditations are required. So for incorporating Heutagogy into school setting, we require rethinking of assessment methods. And school must ensure that students meet specific learning objective and standard. So a balance must be struck between learning, self-directed learning, and the formal assessment. So we need to have a and you know that there are different learning styles and preferences. There are students who might want to go for that, and there are some students who want some directions. So we can use it as a supplemental learning in the schools from the beginning. So a teacher can, some students who excel in self-directed learning, they can help their peers to do that. So it's kind of like we can start a little bit, a small bit of it. But as you know that we are already using project-based learning, we are using STEM and STEAM projects in our thing. So these are the research-based learnings which a student are doing it. And I know that most of the schools are moving this in this direction. So little bit of it, we are incorporating all these in the classrooms. And one more thing, the COVID has taught us the flipped classrooms, and we know that students can learn on their own, in their own settings, and they can collaborate. So students have, when they were in their settings, they have a more control of how they learn and how to learn it. But I think right now, a blended approach that combines the element of Heutagogy with traditional pedagogical methods can be more effective in accommodating a wide range of learners and a learning context.
Thank you, Ms. Lubna. Thank you, Ms. Lubna, for your words. So actually, the thing which is established as of now is that it's all about autonomy of the students. And for that, we need to build the capacity of teachers, because we know that there are some limitations whenever you implement new things, whenever you want to innovate your teaching methods. So especially in Pakistan, if we talk about giving students autonomy, student-centered instruction, so we also need to increase the capacity, or you need to do trainings and professional development sessions for teachers, because they are responsible to maintain and implement these ideas in classroom. So moving to Mohsin Saab, I just want to ask that how can institutions and policymakers promote Heutagogy as a viable approach to lifelong learning and professional development?
Thank you so much, Bakar. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's an honor to be part of this August gathering and talking about different concepts, especially this, Heutagogy. I'll confess that it was, the term was pretty new for me. I wasn't really, and when I was thinking about all this, I was, trying to put it in a, in a nutshell, and I thought maybe, I don't know if I'm right or not, but it's more like putting old wine in a new bottle. Not in the negative sense of the word, but thinking positively. It is something like Fatma mentioned in the beginning, that this is not a new concept. It has been around. The terminologies have changed, the approaches have changed over the years, and mostly what I'll talk about is through the lens of language teaching. So if we think of policymakers, I have two main points to talk about. Very first thing is the buy-in from the policymakers and from from leaders. The realization of the fact that the world is changing, it is changing at a tremendous rate, and the demands for the profession or industry are, they are changing at a very fast pace. And we as teachers have to we have to buckle up and we have to move with that pace, right? I want to give an example of something that happened with me a few weeks ago. I was working with a group of grade 8 and 9 kids. There was this hall full of like about 100 kids sitting there, and we were talking about writing, and I gave them a writing prompt and asked them to write a few things. Excuse me. And I got some very good responses. We had a good session. At the end of the session, I told them, all the kids, that, if you want to get your writing published, you can send something to me and I'll see if I can, help you publish your writing. And so this was at 10 o'clock in the morning. The session finished at 10 o'clock in the morning. The school goes until 1:30 in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I get an email from one of the participants of my workshop. Mind you, this is a grade 8 or 9 kid. And he sends me a wonderful piece of writing. And I was, I was so amazed. I was so happy to see the whole thing. And I started reading through the whole thing. It was like 2 pages. And I will confess that I was really, really, really happy to see all this. And I immediately wanted to respond to the child saying that, there's not a single mistake in your writing. And, anyways, long story short, after a few minutes, I took a pause and I said, how did this child come up with this wonderful piece of writing? Such proficient language and all. And then, it made me realize that maybe it was not his own writing. And then I started thinking about ChatGPT and access to, all these AI platforms and everything. And I said, oh my God, this child has gone home. He has taken one of the prompts, put it on ChatGPT, and came up with this wonderful two-pager, and he sent it to me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, So it was impossible for anybody, even a very, very proficient writer, to produce that kind of writing in that kind of time. Point I'm making is that the kids are much more intelligent. They are way faster than we think. And so we as teachers, we as policymakers, the word I used in the beginning was buy-in. We have to understand that, yes, things are changing, and we have to sort of adjust ourselves to the changing world. So that is something that we need to keep in mind. Also, in the context of language teaching or language learning, it has become very, very performance-based now, So language learning is very, very performance-based. It's not about, it's more about how do you perform a task in the language, or for that matter, even if we talk about general, education in general. So can the learners do a job in English? It's not about whether they can pass a test in English. So we need to shift our focus in many ways, because proficiency in the language now, it encompasses the ability to perform in the language, perform in a communication setting, right? So policymakers need to realize that there has to be a buy-in from the leaders and policymakers. One quick point is what Rafia mentioned. I wanted to touch very quickly upon teacher research as one of the things that can be promoted. action research. And so she talked about action plans. If we want to make our teachers, if we want to empower them as learners, then I think one of the ways to equip them is through teacher research. So that is something that policymakers, school leaders can think about, introducing that very small, manageable chunks of teacher research that they can do. And because we are talking about all self-directed, self-driven learning, like Fatma mentioned in the beginning, so it is important that they go through that process on their own, so that they become aware also, and then they are also able to help their students. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mohsen. And this time we want to little bit dive into the concepts of Heutagogy, and for that I want Fatima to discuss some of the key principles of Heutagogy and how do these principles promote self-directed learning and learner autonomy.
Thank you, Bakr. I think my colleagues have, explained very well the, practical side of Heutagogy and how it can be incorporated in the schooling or in the academic system, and what are the practical implications of it. Now, if you rub that against this whole view of how it makes lifelong learners and what are the key principles of Heutagogy, it's a tough task, I must say, because given the academic structure that we have in Pakistan, how will these key principles, correlate with the traditional schooling system or the well-structured schooling system we have? Because one of the key principles of Heutagogy very clearly states that it believes in learner agency, which basically means that it believes that a learner should delve into double loop learning, which means that a learner questions, tests, retests his or her own ideas against the kind of exploration that he or she delves in. Now, if this is what a key principle is, we need to very practically see that how does it correlate with what is going on right now in our education system. So if one of the principles of Heutagogy believes in learner agency or learner autonomy, we really need to see it at a very practical level. The other thing is that when we talk about principles, there are two key things that that a learner must adhere to. Because we are talking about, we have made Heutagogy as a principle that keeps child at the center of education. So one key principle is a child's intrinsic motivation. What drives the child to engage in enhancing his or her own learning? So this whole concept of intrinsic motivation is very important. And at present, how is our own education system inculcating this intrinsic motivation among our children? The second thing is self-efficacy. So again, this is a very important principle. Where do you rate your own learning? And from that point, how do you want to jump onto the future learning that you are aiming at? So what is the readiness to learn? What is a learner's readiness to learn is another principle. Then how active a learner wants to become. This whole principle of active learning. That is again one very important aspect of it. Then the amount of flexibility and adaptability that a learner has and develops over time. So when he or she embarks upon the educational journey, what kind of adaptability and flexibility is there with which a learner operates in order to maximize his or her own learning. Then one very important principle is self-assessment. We have talked about, our colleagues have talked about this whole important aspect of assessment and how restrictive our assessment system is right now. Because if you believe in Heutagogy, then it believes in the principle of self-assessment, peer assessment. So we need to train our learners to very honestly self-assess their own potential as learners. Then the whole concept of metacognition. How are they managing their own learning? And how, as an education system, how are we preparing our learners to become metacognitive learners? How are they managing, themselves as learners? So then together with that, this whole principle of reflection and self-reflection, and I think Ms. Rafia correctly pointed out that action research can become a key medium to undertake this very important journey. For that, self-reflection again is very important. But the question is, how do we become lifelong learners? We become lifelong learners because with this journey, a child becomes an analyst in a synthesis. And that is again, the upper part of the pyramid that, Bloom talks about. So this heutagogy ensures that our learners become analysts. They synthesize information. And that is why it believes in this whole concept of, deep loop learning. So when you are becoming, an analyst, it raises your competence and it makes you more capable. Because you can then analyze things better. You can analyze things, you can see things from a different lens, because you're not directed by someone. There is a mentor available to you, which the principle of andragogy is ensuring. But the principle of heterogogy, based on the principle of metacognition and self-determined learning, it is making you, this self-efficient. So this self-efficiency again is very, very important. And I think that one very important principle of lifelong learning is that you start developing ownership of what you are learning. And that is very important. आमतौर पर हम कहते हैं कि हमें टीचर ने ये सिखाया था, हमें तो फलां ने ये बताया था, ये हम तो नहीं कह रहे, ये तो फलां ने हमें बताया था. But with this kind of knowledge, you develop ownership of your life. And that is a lifelong learning, I think, principle. And then the most important thing is कि जब आप ये तमाम चीजें practice कर रहे होते हैं, जब आप ये deep learning और deep learning में जा रहे होते हैं, तो आप क्या करते हैं? The most important, aspect for me is that real world application of learning is happening. And that, I think, is the wonderful magic that any education can do. That you are able to apply these all that what you learn to real life. So, but one thing which is important is that all of that I think can be ensured, which I think Mohsin Bhai very rightly pointed out. The example that he gave of this child who produced a wonderful piece of writing is, इसको आप net-centric learning भी कह रहे हैं. Heutagogy is also termed as a net-centric learning. Now that again, I think that I would then, digest it with a pinch of salt. Because with net-centric learning, what kind of originality is coming in our own learning? Because the example of ChatGPT that, Mohsin Bhai is giving me, and I have recently downloaded ChatGPT, and oh my God, I can see कि मैं 28 साल से क्या कर रही थी? ये किताब और वो किताब और ये library और वो article and this research and that research, ये ChatGPT तो सब कुछ बता रहा है मुझे. So how, I mean, this is a very interesting, debate. So this whole concept of heutagogy pitched against this whole concept of Web 2.0, this whole concept of, net-centric learning. So one has to, I think, balance out things somewhere. It's a wonderful concept. It indeed makes you lifelong learners, but lifelong learners not at the cost of originality of thought, originality of ideas. And the hard work, all of us who are a part of this panel discussion, and I think Abbas Saab, was giving a wonderful talk before us, we, I think, can very safely claim कि यहाँ तक पहुँचने में the originality of ideas and sheer hard work was there. So we have reached this. We have reached this point, and I'm concluding. We have reached this this point, without those crutches of a net-centric learning, so to speak. We are learning, we are adapting, adapt कर रहे हैं. But ये चीज जो है वो lifelong learning को कहीं पर dent ना मार दे. That is my whole concern. So I stop.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. Thank you for your wonderful words. I'm just coming towards Rafia, and we are also running out of time. So this is the last question from my side, and connecting it with the discussion of Dr. Fatma, I just want to ask that Rafia, if we think and if we decided, or for instance, we made a policy of implementing student-centered or student-determined learning in our schooling systems and in our institutes. So what challenges do educators and learners encounter when we transition from traditional classroom or traditional learning model to a heutagogical learning model specific to Pakistan? And how can we address to these challenges?
I just wanted to add to Dr. Fatma's points that we need to work on human intelligence. Artificial intelligence ko to hum adopt. We are taking it in and we are trying to incorporate it. Teachers are struggling and trying to learn every day new techniques, how to incorporate these tools in different subjects and everything. The thing is that we cannot go away from the basic. The basic is the human. So our development of our intelligence, our own emotions, the way we articulate, the way we communicate, everything, the human values, the humanity part, the humanity paradigm is as important. Then uske saath, if we want to incorporate heutagogy, which as I gave the examples, we do in certain situations and are utilizing it, we need to see whether the teacher is geared to actually incorporate it. Teacher ko bhi to us level pe hona chahiye na, where she is able to provide these opportunities, create that environment where such projects or such aspects are incorporated, where she's able to give autonomy to the student. Matlab ye ke sometimes the teachers find it a burden. I've seen it in higher education also, that they don't want to accept action research projects ke bhai ye kya hai, because they find they are PhD in a certain aspect. Those they find a limitation over there. So the thing is that it needs acceptance on the part that all students have different abilities and they may be good at certain things and they may be allowed to carry on the learning as they wish to, or to learn what they want to learn. Then comes the students. Are we developing our children to be independent learners? We are not. Rote learning or ye jo hai hamare aspects school ke, jisko hum itni struggle kar rahe hain, and we are trying to train the teachers to come out of it and let students become independent learners. So ye at OA levels too, since I have remained a head and a teacher in these levels. So what I've seen is ke wo study skills bhi bachon ko wahan sikhane pad rahe hote hain, where as a counselor I've worked, I've seen that sometimes it was an emotional aspect, sometimes the basic concepts were weak, sometimes the students required certain study skills. So they can decide on their own कि सुबह के time उन्हें ज़्यादा अच्छा याद होता है, रात के time होता है. So the learners who want to delve into what are the study habits, what are the study skills they require, what are the habits personally they require to overcome the difficulties or barriers they are facing to be independent and to be able to manage their own learning, to be able to evaluate their own learning, know where there are mistakes. One thing that I did was that I asked the students in my action research project, where they used to write after every assessment where they lacked and what they need to improve and what sort of support they needed. And that really helped and improved. So the problem and the solution is with the learners themselves. They know what the problem is and they should be able to actually articulate. In Pakistan, sadly, we have boards and systems that do not actually accept, many of them do not accept experiential learning. Experiential learning, again, is something that we need to accept and actually make a part of the degree rather than formal assessments and formal examinations always. So the experience-based learning, the practical learning is as valuable. And again, this is where the students get a chance to explore more than what they are studying, or they are able to implement the theory that they have learned and experience it for themselves. Okay, then comes the reflective practice part.
Rafia, sorry for interruption, but actually we are running out of time and there is a lot to discuss about this topic. And we know that the time is too short. So just concluding our panel discussion with the remarks that all of the panelists, all of our esteemed speakers, scholars, teachers, and school leaders, they all basically give their remarks that Heutagogy is all about student-centered. It's all about students, and it's all about students' autonomy. It's about giving giving students a driving seat where he or she can determine his own learning and drive his own a vehicle of learning journey. So thank you very much for being the part of this panel discussion. Now I would like to hand over to Ms. Farheen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, thank you so much, Mr. Barker, for moderating the session. And I would like to thank all the panelists for being with us today. And I think as we move forward, let's remember that Heutagogy is not a one size fits all solution. It's a tool in our educational toolkit, and its effectiveness depends on context and the needs of our learners. Now, I think I encourage all of the participants to continue exploring this term Heutagogy, experiment with its principle, and share your insights with your colleagues and peers. Now, I think this brings us to the innovation in education. And innovation in education is not merely about incorporating the latest gadgets or digital tools into classroom. It's actually a profound reimagining of how we nurture and empower the learners of today to become the leaders, thinkers, and problem solvers of tomorrow. Okay, now we are delving into a topic that is not only timely, but also transformative in its potential impact: innovation in education. Okay, so for that, I have Mr. Al-Hoorie. Okay, let me just add him here. Okay, so yes, Mr. Al-Hoorie, who is who is an associate professor of English language. He completed his PhD in English language at the University of Nottingham under the supervision of professors Zoltan Doney and Norbert Smith. He also holds an MA in social science data analysis from Essex University. His research interests include motivation theory, research methodology, and complexity. He has over 40 articles that have appeared in various journals, including Language Learning, Modern Language Journal, Studies in Second Language Acquisition, ELT Journal, Language Teaching Research, and Learning and Individual Differences. His books include Research Methods for Complexity in Applied Linguistics, Student Engagement in the Language Classroom, and Contemporary Language Motivation Theory, 60 years since Gardner and Lambert, 1955. Okay, this book is the winner of the Jake Howard Outstanding Book Award. So yes, welcome Mr. Al-Hoorie on board.
Thank you for having me. Let me just share my screen. So you can see my screen, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for this kind invitation. So today, the topic of the talk today is innovation in education. So to start, here is a quote. Let's look at this quote and reflect on it at the beginning. In our dream, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. You know, what a quote, you know, what kind of quote is this? You know, is this coming from a fascist regime? You know, people yield themselves to us, to our with perfect docility, to our molding hand, so that we mold people the way we want. You know, what kind of quote is this? And most importantly, what does it have to do with education? What does it have to do with when the topic is innovations in education? This quote actually comes from this book, The Country School of Tomorrow. You know, school. What's the relevance of a quote like this in a book about the school of tomorrow, which was published by the General Education Board? You know, it was written by Frederick Gates in 1916, which was over a century ago. Now, one might think that maybe these ideas were a century ago. Now we have moved beyond these ideas, and now we are more enlightened. But as I will show in this talk, that many of these ideas are still existing today in our educational system worldwide, and we don't even notice them. So Frederick Gates was the director of charity for the Rockefeller Foundation. We'll come back to the Rockefeller Foundation in a bit. So let's have one more quote from this book. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or of science. So what are you going to do then? We are not to raise up from among them authors, orators, poets, or men of letters. So what is the purpose of education then? We shall not search for embroil great artists, painters, musicians, nor will we cherish even the humbler ambition to raise up from among them lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, of whom we have now ample supply. So what's the purpose of education then? We will organize our children into little community and teach them to do the perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way in the home, in the shop, and on the farm. So the idea of education, according to this, you know, what we call today is vocationalism. The purpose of education is not to make people philosophers or people of science or authors or poets or people of letters, etc., etc. It's to make them do, not think, do the things that their family or people around them or their society need them to do, which is vocationalism. We'll come back to this in a bit. So Rockefeller, you know, one of the richest people in history, and he was the founder of Standard Oil Company. And he established the General Education Board in 1903. This was over a century ago, but this General Education Board had an important and significant influence on shaping education in the United States. And that model was exported to many parts of the world. And as we will see next, the principles of this type of educational system was based on what companies need, big companies and capitalism. And many aspects persist today, as we will see. So neoliberalism is the economic and political ideology emphasizing limited government intervention in markets, privatization, deregulation, and individualism. Neoliberalism is a big topic, and we are not going to talk about this idea today. Instead, we are going to talk about neoliberal education, which is what students should learn, and the value of education is relative to their individual prospects for future earnings. Again, vocationalism. What you study is the value of what you study in school or in college or at university. Its value is relative to how much money you are going to make afterwards. This is a very big problem for education, and as we will see, it still persists until today. So let's play a game. Okay. Let's imagine that a typical family, an average family, had a child, a teenager, and that teenager decided to quit school. They might be in middle school, they might be in secondary school. The question is, what are the parents going to say to convince their child not to quit school? Okay, let's have some options. Is the parent going to say, you have to continue school because if you don't, you will miss out on acquiring knowledge? Or is the parent going to say, no, you have to continue your education because otherwise you will miss out on important life skills? Or you will miss out on being a better person? Or you will miss out on future job opportunities? Clearly, D is the most typical response that parents will have in this situation. No parent is going to say, oh, you have to continue school, otherwise you won't be a better person. There is no association in our society between education and being a better person. You go to school in order to get a job in the future. It's not about knowledge or life skills. Just get a degree, get a certificate, get a high GPA so that you have better job opportunities in the future. You know, if we think about it this way, there are a lot of problems in this philosophy of education. So education, we see it as for future career. Vocationalism is so ingrained in our culture that we don't think about it. It's more like the fish saying, what's water? You know, the fish, you know, lived all its life in water. And when you say water, they say, what's water? It's like, you know, everywhere. This is the standard thing. So maybe somebody might say this has been successful. You know, it may have some problems, but at least overall it was a successful approach to education. But has it really been successful? Many students hate school. This is a fact. When you say, oh, you know, when they have vacation, they will just, nobody's going to say, oh my God, we have vacation next week. What are we going to do? Nobody is saying this. Will just enjoy the vacation. They will wait eagerly for vacation. When there is, for any reason, school is shut down, students just enjoy it. Does it mean that they hate knowledge? We know students are curious, children are curious, and they want to learn, but why do they hate school? Something is wrong here. Many students study for exams only, and to add insult to injury, they, you know, 2 weeks after the exam, they forget everything. So learning is exam oriented only, and, you know, it's not even durable in many cases. And many people do not actually get jobs that are in line with their education. Some do, but a large proportion of workers in society have on-the-job training that on a job that is not relevant to what they studied in college or at university, and they do just fine. So people now wonder, what is the value of education then? If it's intended for career purposes, clearly it hasn't been very successful. Clearly something is odd in the way we do education. So the root of the problem is that what is called assembly line model of factories from the industrial era. There are many parallels between how factories work and how education works. Let's have some examples. So progress through linear levels, limiting individualized pacing and exploration of topics to foster deeper learning. Now in a factory, you don't want, you know, factory workers to, you know, have their individualized, you know, approaches to, you want this person to do this job, and then the next person to do this job, and then the third person to do this job for efficiency. Standardization, you know, you have uniform curriculum, you know, uniform pacing, you have uniform teaching methods and testing, and students accumulate credit hours semester after semester. Again, even the concept of credit hours comes from factories historically. You have bureaucracy, you have hierarchical structures, you have rigid rules, you have top-down decision-making. There is little room for creativity and autonomy. Again, in a factory, you don't want creativity and autonomy. You want people, you want work at a higher level. Yeah, you may want innovation, but at a lower level, workers in a factory, you want them to follow the system for efficiency purposes. You have division of labor. Teachers specialize in particular subjects. They have little knowledge about what students are doing in other classes, just like factories. If you are a worker in a factory, you do this job, finish your shift, get your wage at the end of the day or the week or the month, and that's it. That's your job. Just do your job. Time management. You have structured modules with certain class periods, certain breaks, little room for flexibility. You have to go to class starts at this time, at this minute, and finishes at this minute. And then you have a break for this amount of time, say 10 minutes, and then we resume, just like a factory for efficiency. You have metrics, relying on measurable learning outcomes. Not everything in education is measurable. We know this, but for efficiency purposes, for accreditation purposes, to write end of year reports, we want something measurable. Remember how, behaviorism. But not everything. The purpose of education is much higher than reducing education to the testable bits that can be assessed in a 2-hour exam at the end of the semester. Education is much bigger than this. We always hear that, teach what you test and test what you teach. This is clearly a reduction of education to only the things that we can teach, that we can test. Depersonalization, learners are, grouped in batches based on their age, which is kind of the date of manufacture. Textbook example of how factories operate to achieve efficiency and reduce costs. And then career orientation, students study in order to, teachers keep telling them, parents keep telling them that you need to study in order to have a job in the future. Now, again, going back to that metaphor, the fish saying, what's water? This is what we do every day. And if you want to change any of these, we have to acknowledge new problems will emerge. If you want to change the division of labor, for example, and teachers specializing in particular subjects, if you want English teachers to be aware what students are studying in their chemistry class or their mathematics class, it's not easy. There are a lot of problems here, a lot of issues here. But here where innovation in education comes to place. Innovation is not easy. Innovation is not about a new teaching technique only, or a new learning strategy. These micro level, okay, these are important on its own, but we also need higher level innovation regarding the philosophy of education, the things we have been doing all along. There are many things that we were born into, in a sense. We came into the educational system and we saw things the way they are, and we never questioned these things. Innovation is when we stop, reflect, and say, why are we doing this? How can we change this? Yes, problems will arise when we change it, clearly. And then how do we address these problems that will emerge? This is where innovation comes to place. So I will give 2 examples of approaches that try to address these issues. The first one is mastery-based learning, sometimes called competency-based learning. So in traditional education, progress is time-based. You have to follow, you can't have the final exam in the middle of the semester, for example. That's how it works. The final exam comes at the end of the semester. You can't skip if you learn the subject well. If you are the best students in your class, you have to be like everybody else, like a factory, going through steps in a linear fashion. And at the end, you have a grade level that gives a global reflection on how much you learned overall. And if you fail, that's stigmatized. If you have an F in your transcript, it will not be a good thing, not a good reflection on you. You don't want to have an F in your transcript. Nobody wants to have an F. So failure is stigmatized. But in mastery-based education, progress is not semester-based or time-based. It's a specific skills that you need to learn. If you master a certain skill, you move to the next skill. If you have not satisfied that skill, it's not failure. It just means you need more time. And that's why each learner will have individual needs. In a course, for example, you have a number of skills, and each learner will see what skills they need to focus on, to improve on, what skills they have mastered very quickly, so they move on to the next skills, and so on. So failure is no longer stigmatized. Failure simply means you need more assistance, you need more time, you need more effort. And this is an important mindset. It's not about, getting an A grade at the end. It's about mastering the specific skills that you are studying, in school. So let's have some features of this mastery-based education. Emphasis on deep learning and understanding. It's not just about getting the grades. Individualized pace. Each learner will focus on their learning needs. Some students will move more quickly through certain skills. Some people will move more slowly. Personalized learning and tailored instruction, because we can locate the weaknesses according to the skills needed. We have clear learning objectives and competencies that students need to master. And parents no longer ask, what do you have to study today? What class do you have today? It's not mathematics. It's what skill you are learning this week. A completely different perspective. Not just math class or English class. Many parents not even, may not be clear about the specific objectives that the students are supposed to study. Continuous feedback. If you are focusing on specific skills, then if you need feedback on what type of feedback you need. Little time constraints. So it's no longer bound by semester schedules and academic years. And focus on depth and not just coverage. Again, this is from the perspective of current formal education, this is revolutionary. And if you want to implement this in formal education, a lot of problems will appear. But again, here where innovation comes to play. Researchers and thinkers need to think about how to address the things that we are facing and how to implement innovation. Let's move on to the second example. Ungrading. Why rating students undermines learning and what to do instead. So what is ungrading? In traditional education, the outcome is, you get a transcript with a letter saying A, for example, or saying 90% or 80%, and that's it. In ungrading philosophy, it focuses on detailed qualitative feedback. So just quickly, let's have some features of ungrading. No traditional grades. No A, B, or C, or 90, or 80, or 70%. Just instead, you get constructive and timely feedback. You focus on mastery. Grades are not the primary feature of education that students are after. It's mastery now. Self-reflection and self-assessment. If the goal is mastery, then students will focus on how much they have acquired the skills they need. You have flexible assessment methods like projects, presentations, portfolios, etc., etc. You have holistic assessment of education related to progress, effort, growth, and engagement of the student. Reduction of stress and competition is no longer about who is going to be first and who is going to be second. It encourages collaboration. And of course, it encourages student autonomy because the goal is not to get a grade at the end of the course, but to master specific skills and get feedback from the instructor. Again, implementing this ungrading philosophy, there is a lot of literature on it if you want to go and read. It's not easy, and this is where innovation comes to play. How can we implement these ideas and also address the problems that might arise when we implement them? So, to conclude, let's have a look at this quote. Education thus becomes an act of depositing, in which the students are the depositories and the teacher is the depositor. Instead of communicating, the teacher issues communiques or statements and makes deposits with the students patiently receive, memorize, and repeat. It's like a bank, you know, the way we do education is like a bank. The teacher is the one who holds the knowledge. The teacher gives this knowledge to the students try their best to receive this deposit from the teacher and put them in their bank accounts, in which the scope of action allowed to the students extends only as far as receiving, filing, and storing the deposits. However, knowledge actually emerges only through invention and reinvention, through restless, impatient, continuing, and helpful inquiry. You know, we always hear this concept, don't reinvent the wheel. You know, don't reinvent the wheel. This is for researchers. But for students, they want to reinvent the wheel in order to learn. We shouldn't just tell them this is the wheel. You go and reinvent the wheel as part of your learning process. You know, this is from Paul Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. So to conclude, education should not be preparation for something afterwards, like a job or a career or potential career prospects, you know, a decade from now. Education itself is life. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, so if you have any questions, you can write in the chat box. Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Hoorie, for a wonderful and interesting presentation on innovation in education. Okay, you have shared some valuable insights and vision with us, like, you know, maybe inclusion and continuous learning. And I think that this is a collective responsibility, that the transformation of education is a collective responsibility. It involves all educators, policymakers, parents, and students on board. So let's work together to create environments. What do you say, participants? Okay, if you have any questions, you can write in the chat box, and then we can move forward to our next segment. Thank you, Mr. Al-Hoorie, for taking out your valuable time and participate in our online conference. We would like to collaborate with you further.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so now we are moving to our next segment, that is our panel discussion. And for the topic of the panel discussion is exploring the intersection of self-directed learning and AI, opportunities, challenges, and future education. And for that, we have our wonderful moderator, Dr. Naziha Ali. Okay, so Dr. Naziha is a faculty member in education and training at Global Business Studies in Dubai. She holds a professional doctorate in education from the University of Exeter, UK. With expertise in continuous professional development and teaching English to speakers of other languages, she boasts an extensive career history, including roles at prestigious organizations. Over the past 12 years, she has taught various courses and actively contributed to teacher education and research. She has also served as the president of the largest teachers association in the Middle East. She presents research at global conferences, hosts a YouTube channel for teacher development, and is currently engaged in researching translingual pedagogies. Dr. Naziha's latest publication is a language teacher research in Pakistan. So welcome, Dr. Naziha, on board.
Thank you, Farheen, for the wonderful introduction. And this morning for me where I am in the UAE, it gives me great pleasure to be moderating this panel discussion on exploring the intersection of self-directed learning and artificial intelligence. We will be looking at some opportunities, challenges, and future directions with the amazing lineup of colleagues I've got here today. So first of all, I'm going to give a brief introduction of the lovely panel I have with me today. Let me start by introducing Peter Davidson, a very good friend and colleague. Peter teaches business and corporate communication as well as technical writing at the Zayed University in Dubai. He has previously taught in New Zealand, Japan, the UK, and Turkey, so a little bit of everywhere. Peter is well known to me and to a lot of people in the Middle East for his immense contribution to the field of test development and assessment in English language teaching. And he has co-edited numerous publications. Peter was recently made a fellow of the Advanced HE, a very prestigious status for scholars. Welcome to the panel discussion, Peter. My second colleague here is Dr. Melanie Gove. She's the former president of TESOL Arabia, a well-known teachers association in the Middle East, one of the largest, in fact. That's how I know both Peter and Melanie for the past many, many years. At the moment, Melanie also serves as the conference co-chair of TESOL Arabia and she has also in the past served as the editor of its publication called Perspectives. She has judged the Language Learner Literature Award, and she has also chaired the 3rd World Congress on Extensive Reading when it was hosted in Dubai. Melanie's expertise covers item writing, test development, reading, writing, and vocabulary in English language teaching and EdTech, and the list goes on. These are just a few of the things that Melanie has shared with us. She is currently a board member of Educators Worldwide and also hosts the podcast Teaching Tips for English Language Teachers. That should be the next thing that everybody in the audience should explore. Welcome to the panel discussion, Melody. My third panelist today is Judy Wren. Judy holds an MA in teaching English to speakers of other languages and also a diploma in English language teaching to adults. She boasts a rich learning experience of teaching experience, if teaching and learning go together, of over 2 decades, primarily within the university foundation programs around the globe. And at the moment, Judy is an assistant professor in the Center for Preparatory Studies at the Sultan Qaboos University in Muscat in Oman. She has a keen interest in harnessing technology to enrich student engagement and exploring the influence of artificial intelligence on education, which is what we are going to talk about today. Welcome to the panel discussion, Judy. And the fourth and final panelist today is Saira Mahmood. She is the instructional lead at the Academic Writing Center at the Government College of Education in Hussainabad. I'm assuming that is in Karachi in Pakistan. Is that correct, Saira? She facilitates workshops for students and teachers at the college, and her area of interest is the use of generative AI tools in education. Saira has also authored the Academic Integrity Policy on the use of artificial intelligence for the college that she works at. Welcome to the panel, Saira. Let us start with self-directed learning. So I'm going to shoot out questions and you're welcome to respond to them in any order because this is a panel discussion. So first of all, I'd like us to start with a little bit about self-directed learning and AI. What are the benefits and opportunities of using AI-driven personalized learning platforms in promoting self-directed learning? Over to you, panel. Are you
I'll go ahead
speaking,
and
Judy?
start
I
because
thought you were on mute. Okay, please go ahead.
I just unmuted, yeah. So I've been using ChatGPT and some other AI tools with my students in their writing. And one of the things that we're finding both last semester and then this semester is that students' engagement with these tools is quite different than the kind of engagement they have with a teacher giving feedback, because they're able to communicate and chat back and forth with the chatbot in real time and getting that feedback immediately, rather than having to wait for a teacher to give them feedback, maybe a few days or maybe the next week. So some of the preliminary research that we've been doing here, interviewing students using this, is they say, I like getting feedback from the teacher. The teacher's the one ultimately giving me my marks and who knows the objectives for the course. But it's also beneficial to get this immediate feedback and then I can interact and engage with. So I think that there's a lot of potential there. It's still not quite, it can't replace a teacher. I don't know that it ever will, but it definitely can't at this stage. But I think that there's a lot of opportunity there for training students on how to use these tools as a personalized tutor. So it's one of the things that I've been experiencing.
Totally agree
Yes,
with Judy there.
Peter, go on.
Yeah, that must be the first time I've ever done that, Judy. But yeah, definitely feedbacks. The way that AI can give feedbacks is pretty useful, and in real time at any time, and it can give quite useful feedback as well. And it can also mark assignments as well, which is good for us if we don't like marking assignments. But also going back to the I use AI a lot with my students when I teach writing as well, Judy, and we go right back to the beginning. It can help students find topics. It can help them find sources. It can help them find, it can help them with their planning, and it can help with them writing. So in terms of self-directed learning, Naziha, it's just perfect because as Judy was getting at, it's almost like having a personalized tutor available 24/7, which is phenomenal for students. Yeah.
Sarah, you're on mute. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
How about now?
That's what we can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fantastic. So come back to me. I'll fix up my phone first.
No problem. Melanie, would you like to add anything?
Well, I mean, from a long time, I don't see anything wrong with, tutorials for helping students being like Grammarly and stuff like that. I think it's a very positive, interactive, immediate feedback tool. And there are many others. But I think like the real fear we have is that students are going to, tell GP, how do you say it? AI GPT chat to write their research paper or write their essay for them or memorize it and turn it in. So, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with teaching students, how to use something like that to be a tutorial for how they can improve their writing. But that's not the real danger, is it? And we've always had those tools.
That's right. And I think that's the current battle for teachers, to figure out how to use ChatGPT constructively. Now, clearly, we all see benefits in utilizing AI-driven personalized learning platforms or any kind of platform for learner development. It does make me shift focus to differentiation and learners from different backgrounds. So how can such technologies enhance the learning experience for learners from different educational backgrounds, different cultural backgrounds, or different educational levels? How can this support their self-directed learning?
This is in a similar vein to what other people have been saying, but there's a lot of baggage, like a lot of post-colonial baggage attached to the learning of English, particularly in the context in which I'm working. So I do often find that students feel it's easier to reach out to this impartial machine for help rather than go to someone and sort of work through explaining, hey, I can't do this right, or I need help in my English in this particular facet of my language, speaking or writing or anything. And so I think it does have potential in that regard. But the writing AI tends to produce is quite stilted, and it does tend to train students to produce stilted writing with clearly defined, this is what you should write here, this is what you should write there. And we know that that's not really how writing works or ought to work, really. So there's dangers to that. But I definitely do see, like Judy said, it's not quite there yet, but I do see how it can function as a personal tutor in some ways.
And speaking to, differentiated learning, students from different backgrounds and such, Bill Gates has talked about this quite a bit, how because you can ask it any question you want, and it can kind of give you examples from anywhere. He uses the example of a kid learning math, who's maybe not really into math, doesn't really understand it, but really likes baseball. Sorry, I'm American, so it's a real American. It's an American sport, where the child could go to one of these chatbots and say, explain this math concept to me in the context of baseball. And so now the student has something that they can connect that knowledge to that a teacher maybe doesn't have time to do. But again, I think the student needs that teacher there to help guide the student through that process. Also talking about different levels. One of the things that we do in my class is, my higher students can engage in it in a higher level. And then my students who are struggling a bit, who's maybe their language level isn't good enough to quite interact with it in English, I'll say, go and ask it, to explain this concept to you in Arabic, so that when you're ready to start writing your report in English, you have a better base level understanding, which is something I can't do for them. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there for, providing students that just-in-time information that they need in a way that they can access it that we've never had before. So I think there's a lot of real good potential there, but there is, we have to be careful. Is the information that they're getting correct? Is it what we want them to get? I mean, there's still a lot of big caveats with using this technology.
It's clearly you're in a context where this is where utilizing AI in the classroom or ChatGPT in the classroom is acceptable because it's teacher monitored in some way. This question that I put forward to the panel makes me think of a very recent example from last week, where a student who was supposed to write a CV statement came back with a paragraph in incredibly elaborate English language, which is not his own, and it says it's basically you know, it's very different, and it will never get him a job. So, and it is ChatGPT generated. It was so clear to see that. So I think it's more about how can learners from such backgrounds utilize AI, or is it of any use to them at all? How do we monitor that? How do we implement that in the classroom? Because this is a reality we will coexist with now.
Yeah, I'd like to address this a little bit and then welcome somebody like Peter or one of us to take over. I just lost whole screen, so let's see if I can get it back. Because like we've always had that issue from the beginning of Google Translate, even when it was very poor at translating word for word, it's become much more performant, where you can choose, you know, the part of speech you want, and there's different meanings. And even I recently started learning Dutch, and that was such a gift for me. And there's other translation platforms. So I could spend hours trying to choke out, you know, an email in Dutch, or I could just write what I want to say in English and use even a simple platform like Google Translate, and they will get it. So for me, like as a businessman or a leader at an educational institution, if I have to write like inspirational emails to the staff because we're having staff layoffs or something like that, if I could ask something like, you know, GPT chat to do it for me and it would come up with something really good, I think it's a positive thing. And, you know, Google has become, Chrome and Google have become more and more performant at translating. And if you buy something like Grammarly, you know, for a very small sum, a lot of students use it to, you know, as they type, as they work and stuff. So we need to be teaching them how to use these tools and not be afraid of these tools, you know, like taking away that skill of, can you write a 250 word persuasive essay in an IELTS timetable?
Yeah, that's the point. Peter, you're on mute.
I'm on mute for a reason. Yeah, so can I just add something to what Melanie was talking about there? I mean, Zubaida has written a really awesome question in the chat there. Her question is, what is the future of the world after ChatGPT? And I think that's the question that we should be talking about. Because the reality is that AI is part of the writing process, whether we like it or not. We can try and control it. We can try and tell students to not use it, but it's just part of the writing process. So I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, do we need to teach students to write anymore? Because AI is going to do it all for us. And I think the reality is that even though for us right now, it's a bit of a radical question, and we go, of course we need to teach students to write because we're writing teachers. I just don't think in the future we're going to need to teach students to write because AI is going to do it for them. And I think we need to look at the workplace and industry and how is AI used in the workplace? Nobody in the workplace and industry goes around saying, you cannot use AI to help you write your report, or you cannot use AI to help you. They say use all the AI tools that are available. So the reality is, maybe we don't really need to teach, maybe we don't need to teach students to write anything, because I can't think of any form of writing that AI cannot do better than us. Sorry.
And I also add here that what I've seen from the latest things about AI is that, like, we are all sharing a common language of English here on this platform as we participate in this webinar. But from what I understand is that I will be able to speak into my phone in English if I'm in Korea, and the person will receive it in Korean and speak back to me in Korean, and it will translate into English. So we'll even do away with needing to learn other languages because of AI.
That would be exciting.
That is what is really going to happen.
I think I know one of my colleagues has spoken.
Languages. And you know you were already using Google Translate if you're in a country where you don't speak the language and you're trying to ask the person working in the hotel stuff, you know you're already using Google Translate. Why not use it just by speaking and translating? It's coming.
That's right. At least one of the colleagues I know has spoken about teaching students how to utilize ChatGPT to responsibly, to produce a writing assignment responsibly, you know, rather than just generating it on ChatGPT. And instead use it in a more productive manner to produce a responsibly written writing assignment. And that's something I'm very interested in. However, at the moment, I'm thinking of what might be some of the ethical considerations in letting students use it for self-directed learning, because that's what we're talking about. I mean, we're all happy to get certain things off us, let ChatGPT do the work, let AI platforms do the work. And we're putting in the effort to teach students to use these in a constructive manner. But should we be concerned about any ethical considerations in integrating such platforms?
I think there is the obvious one, the question of accuracy. There's this term, HALU citations, where it just makes up papers and books that don't exist and writes extremely accurate seeming citation and attributes it to them. I also do think there's a conversation that needs to happen around the outsourcing of human thinking to AI and how that's not necessarily the route that we want to go on. We've used GPT in my English classes. Colleagues at the college have also used them in their English classes, and I was just having a conversation with a colleague the other day, and she said that she had asked students to ideate on some essay writing task, and the internet wasn't working. GPT was. Everyone was like, "Oh, we just used to ask GPT for this." And it's only been in its current form for like what, a couple of months, right? And that's really not where we want to be at so quickly. Say what you will about automating writing. There's still stuff in writing that's connected to human ideation, to human potential, to all of that. And I don't think we want to lose the element of what it can teach us. And I do know that there's people have posited that critical thinking and all these skills, you could talk about them in the classrooms in terms of how do you craft AI prompts as well. But there is some element of thinking in that as well. But I mean, I just worry that a big ethical consideration here is that we are essentially telling students they don't have to think at all. And people often talk about calculators, and there's this movement now to maybe we don't introduce calculators so soon in school. Maybe you let them do the thinking by themselves first. And I feel like we're really reinventing the wheel on this by going too deep into AI too fast. I think there has to be some sort of pause in thinking of our own pedagogy.
Thank you. What about
adding to? Oh, sorry. I was going to say, adding to that, Harvard Business put out a paper earlier this year, I guess, in June, talking about their framework for going forward, integrating AI. And their framework has that integrating AI into our curriculum should be based on exploration and critical thinking, so that it's not just have it do the work for you, but rather what is the process of using these tools? Because we are going to have to use them. This is the way forward. This is the future. We're not going to outrun it. So we need to be able to use it, but we also need to be able to maintain our critical thinking skills, maintain our reflective, what is good? What does good look like? Ethan Malik is another, he's from Wharton Business School in America, and he's been writing a lot about AI, and he talks about different tasks, and some tasks that are perfect for AI. Let it do it for you. It's an automated task that, you know, like washing your dishes. You know, we don't hand wash our clothes anymore. We let a machine do it. But that there's other tasks that we want to hold on to, that we don't want to give to AI because they have that human element to them, that creative thinking, that you're keeping your voice as a human. So I think these are the conversations that are really interesting and that we need to continue to have.
Yeah, just quickly bouncing off of Judy, Moloch and Microsoft have come up with, so Moloch and a bunch of other researchers have just come up with this Microsoft GitHub platform with AI prompts for educators and how how AI is integrated into education. And we just got it yesterday. So I think it's really important and, you know, current that we're having this conversation today.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Peter, I know you're trying to say something, but you're on mute. We can't hear you. Are you talking to us, Peter? We can't hear you.
I'm just talking to myself. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Judy brought up some really interesting things there, and I hear this all the time.
Oh, Peter.
We you know, things like, you know, AI can do all the writing for us, and it can do all this, it can do everything for us. Every writing task that exists, AI can do better than we can, quicker, more efficiently, and better. In any academic writing task, it can write journal articles, it can write reports, it can write, you know, poems like E.E. Cummings, everything. And then people always say things like, yeah, but we need to be able to think critically, and we need to be able to edit, and we need to be able to do this. And I'm just beginning to wonder, why do we need to do all these things if AI is going to do it all for us? I don't know. I'm kind of like, you know, that movie Surrogates with Bruce Willis, where, you know, the human being just sits on the chair and the you know, the surrogate human that does everything for them. I just think it's just going to take over. I don't think we need to be able to think critically. I don't think we need to be able to edit. I think it's just like, you know, it's going to do everything for us. Let it do it. We don't need to do anything.
Can we say, Peter, that the focus should be now on manipulating AI or ChatGPT constructively to produce works of research that look good per student?
What
Okay,
we should be saying is that there are still huge issues with AI, because since 90% of the internet is based on what the white Western man wants you to see and believe. Sorry, no offense. We know that, right? So we are getting a lot of, I don't know, a product that represents what is available on the internet. And should we accept that as what is reality? Because it's been put by like a dominant part of society. And here I don't even mean white male. We can just say white Western society, right? So where's the original voice in that? Where's the inclusivity? Where's the equality?
Yes, inclusivity is something that we need to consider as well.
I do wonder if AI does write better than us. I mean, that's something that's been brought up, but as educators, do you sometimes like read those really elaborate, really flowery AI generated essays and think, oh God, how many times do I have to read the same line over and over again? It has this tendency to parrot itself a lot.
And they were bad before when they were purchased, and now they're still bad that they're generated by artificial intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
the problem hasn't changed.
Yeah, I just feel like if this is our next overlord, it just needs to be better at it. I mean, it's not really there. It's not really quite there.
Well, one thing that could really help, since we are at a school leaders conference today, is for school leaders to have clear policy about how to deal with what they suspect is not the student's original work when it should be, but it's AI generated. I mean, because that would help teachers a lot. Clear policy.
You're right.
Right?
Tanvi.
Anybody
And
disagree with that?
Policies are so critical at this stage. And I'm very, very tempted to shift the focus to teachers. So I want us to, because we're nearing closing time, I want us to talk about teachers and ChatGPT and content creation in the future. So how we're aware that teachers and researchers are using ChatGPT for their own work as well. Can anyone talk about this? What the future holds for this? Research papers, content creation, and I'm personally aware of so many examples that I've seen with my own eyes. Instructional design is just not a thing anymore. Teachers' jobs are easy as well.
I can speak to this a bit. My colleague and I last semester, we wrote an entire writing book using ChatGPT. And what we found through that process is, number one, we were able to create a lot more content because we didn't have to sit down and write out all the model essays or find them and modify them. We could just train up our chat, in ChatGPT to start producing for us the kind of things that we wanted to include in our book. So that made it a lot easier. But what it also did was we started using it like a consultant and saying, I'm writing a book for these level students and whatever. What are some things I need to think about? What are some things that I need to include in this book? What are, what's going to make this better? And it really made us go deeper into that process in a way that I might not have had I just been sitting in my office writing a textbook with just the two of us together. So I think that there's a lot of potential there. It's not necessarily making it easier, but just making the product in the end much higher quality. The time I spent on it was still the same. It's just I was able to produce a lot more and a lot better. So I think that there's a potential there for deepening what we're producing and producing better. But you still need to know as a teacher, what is a good material? I still had to be able to tell ChatGPT, these are my learners, these are my objectives. These are the approaches and strategies and methods that are important to me and my institution. And these are the outputs that are going to work here. I couldn't just walk into that and not know what I'm doing, having never taught these students before, and still get the same product. So Peter, I know what you're saying, that it can just write everything for us, but it still needs an expert on the other end guiding it to produce quality materials at the end. So that was my experience, at least.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. At the moment, it looks like it is. I'm beginning to wonder whether teachers will need to be trained at all in the future.
So I'd like to speak to this from the perspective of a teacher trainer. So the college I work at is actually a BEd college. So when we experiment with AI in our classes, these are future teachers experimenting with AI. And so their assignments, their lesson planning, all of that, they've seen a reduce in the workload, and they're quite excited about using it as well. We've shifted assignments a bit, saying, okay, hey, if GPT can give you the basic lesson plan, the assignment is now that you come micro teach. So just thinking like a step ahead. So this initial work is done for you. So teacher training is changing in that way as well. Now the teachers have this, what can we do next? I had a really interesting moment in class a couple of days ago when I went in, and I'm teaching teachers how to teach English to primary school students. So I went in and I was like, let's do some lesson planning. We're talking about integrated games in the classroom, and everyone was like, we'll just ask GPT for a bunch of games. And so I brought in 2 or 3 books by experienced scholars, learners, people who had written books on the matter, who had compiled all activities. And I said, hey, why don't we use these instead? And they did. They pulled stuff from there, and we saw how much less repetitive and less like bottom of the barrel stuff we were able to produce. And so I think that with the right prompts, GPT is excellent, but even then, it does tend to shoot for, let's say, the least cognitively challenging task. And, I think it's important that teacher training in the future sort of looks at, hey, we don't want to discard all the research that's gone into our profession, just rely solely on GPT. We're losing out on a lot. And the danger now is that with the GPT generated content, internet will be filled with it. And so when GPT browses the internet, it will be a self-replicating loop of it looking at the same content that it's produced. And so we're just going to be stuck with this.
There is a possibility of that. Melanie, your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, that already happens though, doesn't it? In academia with professors, making their graduate students include on every single thing that's published. You can, what do you call that? You can stack, Scopus, or anything you want to, right? You can already trick the odds to favor you. Already what is available on the internet. So yes, why not with ChatGPT?
Peter, any thoughts? Oh, we can't hear you again.
Muting myself, yeah. Just following up on something that Judy mentioned there. Yeah, I think it's important to teach students how to write the correct prompts, like prompt engineering. That's what I do with my students. I mean, we use ChatGPT all the time because the students do it, and I'm trying to help them use it in a constructive way. And it's all about asking the right questions and formulating the right. I mean, people do this. That's a job. That prompt engineering is a job that people get paid a lot of money for these days. And trying to get the students to do it in such a way that that's what I think we should. That's what we should be doing. I'm not sure about yeah. I'm just not 100% convinced that in 5 years' time will writing teachers will exist. I'm sorry to say.
I hope we do.
They'll be retired by then.
I hope they do. Yes, I hope so too.
Of course we hope they do. But the reality is, I mean, you look at I've just moved into this house a few months ago, and the blurb for advertising this property was really amazing. I said to the guy, "Did you write that?" And he went, "No, ChatGPT did." Every real estate agents, every single field. My daughter's an engineer. She writes reports. ChatGPT writes their reports. They feed in the information, and the reality is that people don't write stuff anymore, and that's going to filter back to us and go, well, we don't necessarily need to be able to write. We just need to be able to train students how to use the AI to get what the output that they need. So
and also, really, Peter, though, sorry to interrupt you. First of all, I can't believe that your daughter's old enough to be out of college now. That makes me feel very old. She was still like in high school.
Thanks for sharing.
One of them finishes with a master's.
Oh no, but I agree with you, and I think what we need to be training students to do is, yes, we need to be trained in prompt engineering and everything, but they still need to be able to know what is good writing, what is a good report, what is this report supposed to look like, and so I think that's where our role is going to be. And as language teachers, they still need to know basic subject verb agreement. My low-level students, I don't let them use ChatGPT until they've produced some language, because they still need to understand how the grammar works. They need to build their vocabulary, all of those sort of things. So otherwise, I don't know, how do you make a report if you don't know what a report's supposed to look like? How do you get ChatGPT to do a thing if you don't know what a good of that is? So the real estate developer or the real estate agent can make a good listing because he knows what a good listing looks like. So I think we're saying the same thing. We need to be training students on how to use these tools appropriately and effectively. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. I do agree. And my thoughts are exactly the same. I believe that teachers will continue to exist, human teachers, and we will continue to need them in order to help learners understand what good or appropriate looks like. And in order to facilitate that understanding, we will continue to need that human interaction. I can see Farheen popping into the video and popping off, which means it's a signal that we are close to closing time of the panel discussion.
Exactly.
I do think we've made some very important points here, and I'd like to thank you all for that. I believe we all agree that artificial intelligence will, number one, continue to exist, number two, continue to get refined, and number three, we will need to upskill ourselves in order to understand what, like Judy said, good looks like, and help our students understand how to analyze what good looks like. So artificial intelligence will continue to exist. It's time for teacher training and also to understand how this goes into lifelong learning and professional development. I think those are the key areas that I'd like to close the discussion on. And of course, if people have questions, they can send them to you directly or through the panel. Thank you so much for being part of the panel, and thank you to Farheen for letting me moderate or asking me to moderate the panel. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you to all the panelists. And I would like to thank our wonderful moderator, Dr. Naziha Ali, for skillfully guiding this conversation through the complexities of this fascinating topic. And I think that it actually highlights what are the possibilities and challenges that are presented by this self-directed learning and artificial intelligence. So thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you, Dr. Naziha Ali, for accepting to be a moderator of this panel discussion. Okay. So we are now moving to our next segment. That is, we are going to talk about our online portal. So for that, I would like to invite Ms. Hajra Salim. Ms. Hajra, if you're here, you can start your video or unmute your mic.
Assalamu alaikum, Farheen.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you?
Allah ka shukar, I'm doing well, and I hope you to be the same. Well, I would like to request you, Farheen, to quickly play off the package that we have for the introduction of our online teacher training portal, if you kindly do that.
Okay, so let me share the screen. Do you want me to
Sure.
play the video or show the online portal?
I want you to play the video first.
Okay.
Engaged, content delivery, and learn. Means
All right.
Thank you very much, Farheen. All right, I would like to warmly welcome all the esteemed panelists, the guest speakers, and all the attendees once again to the School Leaders Conference that has been organized by EDLAB Pakistan. And I would like to thank everyone for ensuring their presence and for their active participation throughout. Matlab, good morning, sab, good afternoon ki taraf hum move kar chuke hain. And so far we've had very insightful, very intellectual conversations, and we've talked about various topics, starting all the way from emotional intelligence, moving towards innovation, and then exploring the domain of Heutagogy, self-directed learning, and of course, the hot cake these days, that is artificial intelligence. And among all of these conversations that we've had so far, one of the key aspects or one of the key points that we can pick out is about enabling our teachers and making them ready in come their way so they can create that magical and positive difference in their class and enter. So one of the primary objectives of EDLAB Pakistan, as it was discussed in the very beginning during the welcome address by Mr. Bakar, was that we've started with the mission of equipping teachers and giving them platforms and giving them the opportunity to learn and hone their skills, right? Because of course we are in a world that is constantly evolving, and the classroom has never been the same since the day we all started, especially after the pandemic. So one of the initiatives that EDLAB Pakistan took right after when we were going through the pandemic, one of the questions that came in front of us was how can we ensure that teachers are able to overcome these challenges, and how can all of this is done at a self-paced way, right? So the solution that came up, that our team came up was that we should probably step back and think about how we can create a platform maybe which is very accessible to teachers, and it covers all, it helps us overcome all the limitations that we've had. For example, if we have financial constraints or we have geographical difficulties, we are unable to come and attend physical workshops during the COVID period. So how can we manage all of that? And a very simple but a yet very concrete and comprehensive answer that came in front of us was, how about we develop a flagship portal? How about we make an online teacher training portal where teachers can access various asynchronous courses from the comfort of their house, and there should be no barrier, because you cannot stop the learning process, right? Because learning regression was one of the unfortunate disadvantage of, or one of the setbacks of the COVID-19 pandemic, right? Farheen, can I please request you to pull up the online teacher training portal that EDLAB Pakistan has been working on? Thank you so much, Farheen. Yes, so dear participants, dear audience, as you can see on the screen, this is the homepage of our online teacher training portal, which was officially launched last year during the School Leaders Conference. That was the first of the series, and this year we're having the second conference of the School Leaders Conference. And as you can see, this portal at the moment is hosting around more than 30 plus courses. These are asynchronous courses that teachers can enroll in and continue the process of professional development and, of course, the concept of CPD. And since its launch, we've had multiple schools who have come on board, and the teachers have enrolled in these courses and taken up to enhance their teaching methodologies, their pedagogies. Of course, we have different courses that are subject focused. For example, we have specific courses for science, Urdu, English, mathematics, and also different courses related to special education, related to early childhood education and development, and of course, concentrating on soft skills as well. So today we have two representatives from different schools who have enrolled in these courses, and they're here to share their success stories, because of course, when we talk about ideas, we also need to see how they were made tangible. So the first representative that we have here with us is Miss Nida Panjwani, and she is the Vice Principal of Seneca Academy, and their school has recently completed multiple courses from this platform. Ms. Nida, I would like to welcome you to the School Leaders Conference. Could you kindly introduce yourself and talk us through the journey that you guys have had regarding the professional development through our online training portal?
Hello, Hajra. Thank you for the warm welcome and congratulations to the entire EDLAB team. I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, you are, Nida. Thank you so much.
First of all, congratulations to EDLAB for having such a platform where we can have both in-house and online trainings, which is indeed a very beneficial for me and for my entire team. So as you gave my introduction, I'm working in Seneca Academy as Academy Coordinator for O levels. And I have been working with this institution since last 5.5 years. Before that, I have been teaching with Foundation, Smart School, and I have been working with Beria University as a visiting faculty. We have this chance to have these EDLAB courses online as well, and in-house, Mr. Bakar, Ms. Hajra, Ms. Farheen, and other had conducted this trainings in our school. However, I have witnessed this thing that after conducting these multiple, as you have shown on your home window, we have been containing and training these different programs. I have seen that there has been a vast difference in the classroom management, because putting this fact in front of people that we have 40-45 plus students in one classroom, and at times it's very difficult for us to manage. So the way Mr. Bakar and Ms. Farheen and Ms. Hajra have given us the techniques how to manage the classroom has been found very beneficial for me and my class team. There are numerous topics, young learner, teachers, and counselor. Recently, I have attended one training which EDLAB have offered as a teacher as counselor. That is indeed a very beneficial course for me, and I will be making sure that I have to conduct this workshop in my school and make the most of it.
Thank you very much for your feedback, Ms.
You're welcome.
Yes, we have another representative here with us from the United Charter Schools from their campus that is located in FP area. And we have here with us Ms. Meher Fatima, who is the coordinator. And of course, we also have the principal of the United Charter Schools from their FP area branch. And Ms. Meher, if you can hear me, could you kindly share your experience with us as well?
Yeah, Ji Hajra, I can listen to you, and thank you so much for inviting us on this platform. First of all, I just want to congratulate the entire team for having such a nice and wonderful school leaders conference. And I was attending most of the sessions since the beginning, even though the school was working, but definitely this platform is providing amazing sessions every time. So being a part of a United Charter School, I just simply want to say this thing, United Charter School is basically a newly established system in Karachi. This is the second academic session going on, and most of the teachers are definitely hired, are new for this United Charter School. United Charter School is basically a project of a beacon house, and we are already working on the holistic curriculum. And besides that, we are also working on the PSHE approach and CPA approach. And for that, teachers are going to be trained by the system in-house as well. But getting training in-house is something different, and having the exposure of the world is something different. So I myself belongs to a teachers community, and having 24 years of experience in the multiple fields of experience in the teaching. I started my career from assistant teacher and then move on to all the levels of teaching, teacher, the coordinator, the head of the school, the cluster head, and everything. On all the domains I have worked. But one thing what I have also realized, that the things and the needs of the time are changing rapidly. And for that, we need to upgrade ourselves as the pace is required. And especially after the COVID, the whole situation, the whole scenario of the educational world across the world has been changed. And we need to upgrade ourselves. And for that, we need to first be the self-learners. So we are motivating our teachers so much, and we as a team of United Charter School believe on the continuous professional development. And we are very much focused at our own development as well as for our staff development. Be the coordinator, I'm also very enthusiastic in learning the things, and I'm also the teacher's trainer. Or I also conduct the workshops, but the thing that what I have had the experience with this EDLAB, it was amazing. Because the credit goes to my principal, Ms. Faiqa Iram, that she has taken this initiative and had gone through the process of signing an MOU with EDLAB. And we are really very much thankful that each and every person of the EDLAB team is so cooperative. Dr. Mohsin came to our campus, visited, and met the teachers for the signing of MOU. And the whole process was done very easily. There wasn't any complication. And he guided us, the teachers as well, a lot about this platform. And it was simply processed when we got the signing of MOU. Then each and every teacher has assigned an ID. And on that ID, they entered to the portal of EDLAB, and they took the workshops and different sessions that were related to their specialized fields, because we are dealing with the early years till elementary. Pre-nursery till grade 5, we are having the school right now. And for that, we are having the teachers, around 25 teachers are there working with the system. And the best part was that when I also went through the portal of EDLAB, and I also attended so many workshops of the different presenters and the different trainers. But the best part of that was each and everything was very much culturally suited. And all the trainers who were there as a presenters having the experiences of their own culture. That is the part of our own country, and we are working in the same scenario. So the examples were very much relevant. The experiences they shared about that was extremely relevant and beneficial for the teachers. That has really created effectiveness of their learning. And the things were there were, as Hajra has said, specialized trainings, and there were some soft skills trainings, there were IT trainings in each and everything. Teachers have attended so many sessions. Even they have attended 14 to 15 sessions throughout. And the feedback what I also had from the teachers was amazing. They have learned a lot. And the good point was that there was no time restrictions and constraints. They attended all the sessions with their own convenience, with the convenience of their time, with the convenience of their days, with the convenience of their schedule and the timetable. That was the best part as well, that everything was available on the portal and there wasn't any glitch. In the starting, we had some glitches, but Ms. Farheen solved all the issues of the teachers vigilantly and very effectively. And we didn't have any problem in conducting all the attending all the sessions. And finally, after all the sessions, the teachers were awarded with the certificates as well. And I think schools should adopt this and should go to this platform, because it is not only providing the opportunities to learn, but it is providing the opportunities to the teachers to see what is happening across the world in the field of education. Normally, we provide the trainings related to our own system, but what I believe as a teacher's trainer, that a teacher should be a teacher. It should not be only the subject teacher. It should be knowing all the tools, the strategies, the engaging activities that she can implement or he can implement into their classrooms to make their classrooms the learning communities. So this is the way, and I'm really happy that EDLAB has taken this initiative for the betterment of the teachers across the country. And many of them are taking benefit from this platform who want to. But for that, we need to be the self-learner first. And I'm really thankful for the entire team of EDLAB, especially Mr. Bakar, Mr. Mohsin, Ms. Farheen, and Ms. Hajra for their continued support. And we are going to start another module with them soon, inshallah. And I just want to congratulate the entire team for such a nice leadership conference of this school leadership conference today. And thank you so much for inviting me and giving me opportunity to share my experience and my teachers' experience with them. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meher and Ms. Faika from the United Charter Schools, and of course, Ms. Nida Panjwani from Seneca Academy for the appreciation and for the acknowledgement. And on behalf of EDLAB Pakistan, I hope that we will definitely continue to strive and provide more professional development opportunities to all the school teachers out there. And moving on towards the last, but of course not the least, the last key session that we have for our attendees over here. There's a very famous poem by Robert Frost, which is also, fortunately and coincidentally, my favorite poem as well, that talks about the road not taken. And it emphasizes on how sometimes you need to pick out a journey, or you need to pick out a path that is uncharted or something that has not been explored before. So in order to shed more light on this topic, that how we can chart our own path or chart our own journey and incorporate self-directed learning with professional development and online teacher training, I would like to invite our director, Dr. Mohsin Reza. And of course, he's one of our faculty members here at EDLAB Pakistan, and he has trained more than 5,500 teachers throughout his training career, and holds specialties in different topics such as storytelling, emotional intelligence, and stress management, etc. So over to you, Dr. Mohsin.
Thank you, Hajra. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. मेरे ख्याल में बहुत ज़बरदस्त आज का दिन रहा है हमारे लिए भी, और हम सबके सीखने को कुछ ना कुछ मिलता है रहता है, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। जब भी आप डिफरेंट लर्नर्स और ट्रेनर्स के साथ एसोसिएट करते हैं कुछ चीज़ों में और शामिल होते हैं तो बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। मेरे ख्याल में मोरलेस जो सुबह से ट्रेंड चला आ रहा है वो बहुत ही पॉजिटिव साइड के ऊपर था, और हम अपने आप को बहुत ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि टीचर की तो होता ही लर्नर है एक्चुअली, वरना वो टीचर कभी रह नहीं सकता और वो बड़ा स्टैटिक मोड में आ जाएगा और वो शायद ग्रो ना कर पाए, और ग्रो करने के बजाय वो नीचे वाली साइड के ऊपर मूव करता चला जाएगा। तो हम वी बिलीव के हम खुद सेल्फ डायरेक्टेड लर्निंग की जब हम बात करते हैं तो अपना कॉन्सेप्ट और अपनी रूटीन और अपनी डायरेक्शन को डिफाइन करना टीचर की खुद एक सेल्फ अपनी जिम्मेदारी होती है, और वो इसी तरीके से वक्त के साथ साथ ग्रो करता है और वो आगे बढ़ता है। हमारे पास टाइम मेरे ख्याल में 9 to 10 मिनट्स हैं और हम 2 o'clock पे प्रोबेबली एंड कर रहे होंगे और इंशाल्लाह। तो मेरी कोशिश होगी कि हम आज की जर्नी को लेकर थोड़ा सा हम कंक्लूजन वाली साइड के ऊपर मूव कर सकें और देख सकेंगे कि हम कैसे हम अपनी चीज़ों को लेकर चल सकते हैं। जब भी आप ट्रेनिंग की बात करते हैं तो क्योंकि पिछले 10 साल से तकरीबन ट्रेनिंग की इंडस्ट्री से वास्ता है और मुख्तलिफ चीज़ों की बातचीत होती है, तो 2 चीज़ें बड़ी अहम सुनने को मिलती हैं जब हम कोई ट्रेनिंग करा रहे होते हैं। तो अगर वहाँ पे 50 लोग बैठे हैं किसी एक ट्रेनिंग सेशन के अंदर या 40 बैठे हैं तो सबसे पहले एक चीज़ आती है कि कुछ में से कुछ लोग ज़रूर ऐसा जुमला कहते हैं, ये तो हमें पता है, कुछ नया सिखाएं। और या फिर कहा जाता है कि अच्छा हम लोग तो ये कर चुके हैं और इसमें आप आगे और कुछ बताएंगे, और क्या क्या बता रहे होंगे आगे। तो दे ट्राई टू जंप और चाहते हैं कि वो अपने टाइम को और अपनी चीज़ों को सही तरीके से यूटिलाइज करें, और अगर उनको वो चीज़ ना मिले उस टाइम और ड्यूरेशन के अंदर तो बड़े मायूस होते भी कि हम आए थे कुछ और लेने के लिए लेकिन हम लेके कुछ और चले गए और शायद कुछ और लेके ना जा सके और वही चीज़ें रिपीट हो गई। ऑल्दो रिपीट करना बहुत अच्छी बात है लेकिन स्टिल थोड़ी सी अनसेटिस्फेक्शन रह जाती है। लेकिन जब हम फास्ट पेस की बात करते हैं और इस दुनिया की बात करते हैं तो ये काइंड ऑफ ऐसी चीज़ें जो बहुत क्विकली मूव कर रही है, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि अपने आप से कुछ सवाल करना चाहिए और वो ये करना चाहिए कि हम अपने वक्त का सही इस्तेमाल कैसे कर सकते हैं आने वाले वक्त के अंदर, क्योंकि जब इतना ज़्यादा कैओटिक शेड्यूल होता है और इतनी ज़्यादा फास्ट पेस दुनिया है तो हमारे पास अपने सवाल करने के लिए कोई चीज़ है या नहीं है जहाँ पे हम अपने स्किल्स को एसेस कर सकें कि हम किस तरीके से चीज़ों के अंदर एडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं और आगे हम मूव करके कैसे कर रहे हैं और इवॉल्व कैसे कर रहे हैं साथ साथ उसके। जब तक ये सवालों के जवाब हमारे पास अपने खुद नहीं होंगे और हम आने वाले दौर को टैकल कैसे करेंगे, तो एलमेंट ऑफ बड़ी ज़बरदस्त बात कहता है उसके अंदर, कहता है कि एक टाइम है जब आएगा फ्यूचर तो वो फ्यूचर उन लोगों को हिट करेगा जो बिल्कुल अपनी जगह पे ना स्टेगनेंट है और खड़े में। तो जब वो हिट करेगा तो लोग शॉक में चले जाएंगे, उसकी किताब का नाम है फ्यूचर शॉक। तो वो एक शॉक में जाएंगे और वो शॉक में जाने के बाद वो थोड़ी देर तक संभलने की कोशिश करेंगे। जो लोग पहले से प्रिपेयर्ड थे वो उस जगह से निकल सकते हैं क्योंकि वो अपनी स्ट्रेटजीज या अपनी चीज़ों के अंदर इवॉल्व करते हुए आ रहे होंगे। लेकिन जो लोग पुराने अंदाज के ऊपर चले आ रहे हैं और नए ज़माने को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते और उसमें अडॉप्ट करने की सलाहियत नहीं रखते तो लास्ट में उनको कोई ना कोई चीज़ हिट करेगी ऐसे ही, और वो कहेंगे कि यार अब हम पुराने ज़माने के हो गए और हमारी नई स्ट्रेटजीज में हमारा काम नहीं होता या नई प्रैक्टिसेस जो हैं उसमें हमारा काम अब चलता नहीं है, और यही वजह है कि अब हम ग्रो नहीं कर पा रहे। तो हमारे पास दुनिया के अंदर बहुत सारी मिसालें मिलती हैं जो कंपनीज आज से पहले 20-25 साल पहले बड़ी रिनाउंड थी और दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा स्टॉक्स में सबसे टॉप पे थी, लेकिन आज वो टॉप 25 या 100 के अंदर भी वो शुमार नहीं होती हैं दुनिया की कंपनीज के अंदर। इसी तरीके से इदारे होते हैं जो एक टाइम के ऊपर अगर हम कहीं ज़्यादा दूर जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, जिस शहर में हम रहते हैं वहाँ पे अगर हम थोड़ा सा उसका तजिया करें और देखेंगे वहाँ पे जो स्कूल्स थे पुराने ज़माने पे ख़ास तौर पे, तो एक टाइम पे वो बड़े पीक पे थे और लोग लाइनें लगाते थे वहाँ पर और उसके बाहर खड़े होते थे कि हमें यहाँ पे किसी तरह एडमिशन मिल जाए। लेकिन आज वो माहौल और वो एनवायरनमेंट आज स्कूल के अंदर भी नहीं है और उन लोगों के अंदर भी नहीं है जो वहाँ की टीम है, और वो चीज़ वहाँ पे वो लोग लूज कर गए। लेकिन कुछ स्कूल ऐसे भी हैं जिन्होंने अपने आप को कैरी किया और अपनी चीज़ों के अंदर इवॉल्व होते चले गए। तो डिपेंड करता है कि हम इस दुनिया के अंदर, एक काइंड ऑफ वुका वर्ल्ड है जहाँ पे अनसर्टेनिटी पाई जाती है और एनवायरनमेंट जो है ना वो बहुत ही एक प्रेशर वाला है और बहुत फास्ट मूव कर रहे हैं हम चीज़ों के अंदर। तो हमारे पास डिसीजन होना चाहिए कि हम इसके अंदर नई चीज़ों के साथ चलेंगे या हम पुरानी चीज़ों के अंदर चलेंगे। कोविड की बात हुई सेशन के अंदर, सरबाज हुसैन का बहुत शुक्रिया। वो यूजुअली जब भी बात करते हैं तो बड़ी एक ब्रॉडर पर्सपेक्ट के अंदर एक अपना दायरा खींचते हैं और बड़ा मजा आता है उनकी बात को सुन के। तो जब कोविड ने हिट किया तो बहुत सारे टीचर्स ने इवॉल्व किया वक्त के साथ साथ, और टीचर्स ने कहा कि हम शुरू में जो लोग कहते थे कि हम नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन उन्होंने ही टेक्नोलॉजी को विद इन फ्यू डेज और विद इन फ्यू मंथ्स उसको अडॉप्ट करके उसके अंदर आगे बढ़े। लेकिन जब बात आती है अपनी चीजों से निकलने की और खुद से सीखने की, तब वहां पे कहते हैं हम ये कैसे कर सकते हैं। आई बिलीव कि अगर जब तक हम एक सेल्फ डायरेक्टेड लर्नर नहीं बनेंगे, इतनी ज्यादा बात हुई अभी पैनल डिस्कशन में भी प्रीवियसली बात हो रही थी इस चीज के ऊपर, अगर हम उस प्रैक्टिस को इवॉल्व नहीं करेंगे तो हम शायद नए तौर तरीकों के अंदर हम अपने आप को अडॉप्ट करके उतार भी नहीं सकते, और सही तरीके से इसको अटेम्प्ट करने के लिए हमें स्ट्रगल करनी पड़ेगी बहुत शदीद। और ऐसे बहुत सारे स्कूल्स हैं अनफॉर्चुनेटली देखने को मिला कि जिस स्कूल ने अपने टीचर्स को सिर्फ इस वजह से फारिग कर दिया कि वो टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट नहीं कर सके थे, और स्कूल अडॉप्ट कर रहा था, उन्होंने उसको कुछ अरसे के लिए टाइम दिया अपने टीचर्स को, और टीचर्स को टाइम देने के बाद उन्होंने कहा कि आप 1 महीने में सीख नहीं सके। तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं भाई हम तो पुराने ज़माने पे काम करते हैं, लेकिन वो स्कूल ने कहा कि हमारी पॉलिसी अब चेंज हो गई, अब ये कि सारे जितने टीचर्स हैं उनको टेक्नोलॉजी से रास्ता होना पड़ेगा और वो टेक्नोलॉजी अपने क्लासरूम के अंदर यूज़ करेंगे। ये एक स्कूल बड़ा मशहूर स्कूल है, उसकी मिसाल है। और वो बड़ा अफसोस हुआ था देख के कि यार इतने टीचर्स जो 25 साल से उस स्कूल के अंदर पढ़ा रहे थे उस इंस्टीट्यूट ने छोड़ दिया। लेकिन ये एक रियलिटी है, और ये मेरे ख्याल में फ्यूचर के अंदर और ज़्यादा होता चला जाएगा, जहाँ पे हमारे टीचर्स और हम खुद इटसेल्फ बीइंग एन एजुकेशनिस्ट, और अगर हम खुद अडॉप्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे तो हम किसी और को भी कुछ सिखा नहीं पाएंगे नए दौर के हिसाब से। अगर हमसे वो कोई सवाल करेगा तो वो उसका जवाब हमारे पास नहीं है, और हम कहते हैं कि हम इस एरिया के अंदर एजुकेशन के अंदर काम करते हैं और एजुकेशन से हमारा ताल्लुक है, तो हम ग्रो भी ना उस स्टेप्स बाय स्टेप नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इसलिए आई बिलीव कि मैं बड़ा क्विकली जाऊंगा क्योंकि हमारा टाइम बहुत कम है। तो उसमें ये कि अगर हमने 3 चीज़ों का ख्याल ना किया, एक है सबसे पहले कि जो हमारा अपना कंफर्ट जोन है, अपना एरिया है, उसको सबसे पहले छोड़ने के लिए आमादा नहीं हुए, और उससे बाहर निकल के हमने अडॉप्ट करने वाली साइड के ऊपर मूव नहीं किया कि हम नई प्रैक्टिसेस को अडॉप्ट कर सकें, तो हम शायद ग्रो ना कर पाए और हम उसी साइड के ऊपर खड़े रहेंगे, और हमारे बड़े स्किल्स बहुत लिमिटेड होंगे। जब हमारे पास कोई डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन आएगी या ऐसी सिचुएशन आएगी जो नए दौर के हिसाब से हमारे पास उसका कोई जवाब नहीं होगा, इसीलिए हमें एक्सपेंड करने की ज़रूरत है डिफरेंट एरियाज़ के अंदर, और एक्सप्लोर करने की ज़रूरत है अपनी फील्ड के अंदर कि हमारी फील्ड है, हमारी सब्जेक्ट है, हमारी स्पेशलिटी जो है उसके अंदर हमें कैसे आगे बढ़ना है और किस तरीके से हम चल सकते हैं। और जब बैरियर्स ब्रेक करेंगे तो वो नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ आती हैं और नए रास्ते खुलते हैं और अपनी लिमिटेशंस ब्रेक होती हैं। सो आई बिलीव कि आज दुनिया जो है बड़ी फास्ट है, और उसके साथ साथ ये है कि हमारे पास सीखने की अपॉर्चुनिटी बहुत ज़्यादा है। और आज भी हमें किसी एक टॉपिक के ऊपर जानना होता है तो गूगल से लेके चैट जीपीटी तक हम एक चीज़ लिखते हैं और उसकी वो पूरी डिस्क्रिप्शन आपको निकाल के दे देता है। तो लर्निंग अब इशू नहीं रहा, पहले अब मोहताजी वो नहीं रही। तो हम इवन ये कि जो हम स्कूल लीडर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस है, एक टाइम के ऊपर हम बहुत फिजिकल अपनी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस को, समिट्स को ऑर्गेनाइज करते थे, बट लेकिन आज इस इकोनॉमी के अंदर और इस सिचुएशन के अंदर हमने रियलाइज किया कि हमारे टीचर्स ज़्यादा इस्तेफादा हासिल कर सकते हैं अगर हम मुख्तलिफ शहरों के टीचर्स को अपने साथ कनेक्ट करें ऑनलाइन के ऊपर। और वहां पे रिपोजिटरी बना के चलें जो उनके साथ, जिसने कभी भी सीखना हो वो आके सर्च कर सकता हो, देख सकता हो और उसको रिकॉल कर सकता हो, और उसके साथ वो खत्म ना हो जाए। जो बातें यहाँ पर हुई वो एक प्रोग्राम के खत्म होने के बाद वो खत्म ना हो, और वो हमारे शेल्फ के ऊपर हमेशा मौजूद रहे, और जिस टीचर को कोई चीज सीखने की जरूरत पड़े वो उस पर जाए और क्लिक करे और मूव करे। इसी एटीट्यूड के साथ हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। इसी एटीट्यूड के साथ हम एक फ्यूचर के अंदर एक अच्छे एजुकेशनिस्ट बन सकते हैं, अगर हमारी अप्रोच जो है वो लर्निंग के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड रहे, और हम देखते रहे कि हमारी वीकनेसेस क्या है और हम वहां से बेनिफिट क्या क्या ले सकते हैं एक बीइंग अ सेल्फ डायरेक्टेड लर्नर, और हम कैसे बन सकते हैं, किस तरीके से हमें काम करना चाहिए। तो हमारे पास बेतहाशा रिसोर्सेस हैं मौजूद, अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, हम मूव कर सकते हैं। दैट्स वाई जैसे हाजरा ने अभी बताया और हमारे जो स्टीम गेस्ट थे उन्होंने बात की जो उनका एक्सपीरियंस रहा प्रीवियसली, तो हमारी ख्वाहिश है कि हम चीज़ों को आसान बना सकें। वी बिलीव कि आने वाले वक्त के अंदर जो टीचर लर्निंग की हम बात करते हैं तो ऑनलाइन टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस होगा और होना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत लिमिटेड टाइम होता है टीचर्स के पास, और वो ऑलरेडी जो है चीज़ों के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा ओवर ऑक्यूपाइड होते हैं। तो अपने टाइम को फोकस अंदाज के अंदर, ताकि हम अपने टारगेटेड अंदाज में अपनी चीज़ों के ऊपर सही तरीके से लगाएं भी टाइम, और उससे आउटकम भी निकालने जो हमें चाहिए, ताकि वो मिस ना हो हमसे, और वो चीज़ जो हम हासिल करना चाहते हैं हम उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा पूरा दिन खराब भी ना हो, और लेकिन हम हासिल भी कर सकें। हाँ, जहाँ पे प्रैक्टिसेस की बात है, प्रैक्टिकल साइड की बात है, वो लाजमी हमें बेहतरीन एजुकेटर्स के साथ जुड़ना पड़ेगा, और एक हाइब्रिड मॉडल काइंड ऑफ हमें मूवमेंट बनानी पड़ेगी अपनी, ताकि हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप मूव कर सकें और आगे बढ़ सकें। इन दी एंड मैं सबका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा जो जो हमारे साथ रहे पूरे सेशन के अंदर, जितने पार्टिसिपेंट रहे, और ख़ास तौर पे जो स्पीकर्स हमारे साथ रहे, सर लुइस, सर यासिर हुसैन, सर अब्बास हुसैन एज यूजुअल हमेशा हमारे साथ रहते हैं, उनका बहुत साथ है, मिस लुबना मोहिउद्दीन, मिस राफिया मुदस्सिर, डॉक्टर फातिमा डार, मोहसिन जानी साहब एज यूजुअल हमेशा हाजिर हो जाते हैं, डॉक्टर अली, वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू फॉर taking part in our school leaders conference, Dr. Nazia Ali, Peter Davidson, Melina Gobert, and Judy Ben and Saira Mahmood, सबका शुक्रिया था कि जिस तरीके से आपने एक्टिवली पार्टिसिपेट किया। आई बिलीव कि हम एक अच्छा इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, और उस इम्पैक्ट के साथ हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं मिलकर सारे के सारे, और कोशिश है कि हम खुद सेल्फ डायरेक्टेड लर्नर बने, क्योंकि मैं आई बिलीव कि एवरी टीचर इज अ रीडर, और जो रीडर नहीं है और जो सीखने वाला नहीं है और लर्नर नहीं है तो वो टीचर नहीं है। So that's what I believe and that's how I move forward, और मैं अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ इसी तरह आगे बढ़ता हूँ। एंड मैं पूरी टीम का शुक्रिया, जिस तरह उन्होंने लास्ट मंथ में पूरा बहुत ज़्यादा एफर्ट दिखाए, और सितंबर के अंदर इट वाज समथिंग एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी। आई नो, आई बिलीव के ये पॉसिबल नहीं होता अगर हमारे पास इतनी अच्छी टीम ना होती। थैंक यू। ओवर टू यू फ्रेंड।
So thank you so much, Dr. Mohsin, for your enlightening presentation. And बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा कि जब तक जो है वो टीचर्स उनके पास टीचर्स के पास हमेशा टाइम इन्वेस्टमेंट की कमी होती है, and this is kind of an initiative that EDLAB is promoting, and EDLAB is continuously providing opportunities for teachers. Thank you all the wonderful participants, panelists, speakers for joining us today, and we look forward to your participation in our future events. We regularly conduct webinars, monthly webinars from EDLAB platform, so stay tuned to our Facebook channel. We regularly update on our Facebook page. Next month we will have our monthly sessions related to mental health awareness. So stay tuned to our Facebook channel for all the details. For certificates, since many of the participants are asking for the certificates, so we are going to provide the certificate link to all the attendees that have joined us here in Zoom meeting. So we will send you a link, and for after filling out that link, you will be able to get your certificates. Thank you once again, everyone. Allah Hafiz.